Ready? Okay. Welcome to this evening's meeting of the Planning Commission. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Commissioner Van Antwerp.
Here.
Commissioner Lefevers.
Here.
Commissioner Benefield. Here. Vice Chair Moyer.
Here.
And Chair Allen.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any introductions, presentations, or announcements?
Chair, I do have one announcement. I've made this a couple times at recent city council meetings, but I thought I would take the opportunity to do so here as well and just remind folks that the draft environmental impact report, or EIR, is out for public review for the Surfliner Inn project. So it was released on January 22nd, and we're accepting public comments on the draft EIR until March 9th. And we'll also be holding a public meeting with the Environmental Review Committee to hear about the draft EIR and to receive public comment on February 18th here in the council chambers at 5:30 p.m. If folks have questions or if they want to take a look at the EIR, it's up on the city website on the project page. The easiest way to find it is to go to the homepage of the city's website and scroll down to the very bottom under Hot Topics. You'll see a button there for the Surfliner Inn. And if you click on that, right at the top of that page is the draft EIR and all the accompanying documents. So again, EIR is available for public review until March 9th, and ERC meeting, Environmental Review Committee, to go over the draft EIR at 5:30 p.m. here in this room on February 18th.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, now is the time for public comment on matters that are not on tonight's agenda and that are within our jurisdiction. Is there anyone who'd like to address us? Yes, please come forward. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I did submit a form for what that's worth. So.
Yes, I just received them. So, yeah. Patrick, please go ahead.
Very good. Commissioners, staff, thank you. Wanted to speak just briefly about Project 232234. It's the Dorrance Way project over by the Spot parking lot that's been approved recently. I'm speaking as a resident, Patrick O'Connor in District 5, but it's going to be hard to not cross the line into my role as ARB, so I'll try to be appropriate. This project has gotten a lot of airtime, as have the other Kohler projects we're going to hear more about. Brief history on this one: from February 15th of 2024 to May of 2025, it transitioned from a duplex to a single family. In the review of the single family on May 1st, there was no mention of the DG4 requirement, the design guideline requirement for the proportion of the second floor to the first. It wasn't in the minutes, it wasn't in the staff report, and to our own detriment, the ARB didn't catch it either. So not our best day. On August 4th, Planning Commission reviewed it, and there was content in the staff report that went into some level of detail on DG4 and made it, an interpretation of a visual compliance because of the massing of the first floor and its outdoor patio. So it was sort of perceived to be meeting the intent. The Planning Commission didn't go along with that. They approved it with a condition to meet DG4 with reductions on the second floor square footage as the primary approach. It came back to ARB, and what was actually done was they enclosed the two walls on that patio to count so that the square footage would be able to count it on the first floor with minimal reductions on the second floor. The awkward part is, having chaired that ARB meeting, there was no alternative but to approve it because it met DG4. And the awkward part, the disappointing part again, from a process standpoint, is during that deliberation about the conundrum of the condition of approval and ARB's limitations, it was stated that CDD approved it before the ARB meeting. So it was sort of superseded decision-making, which I don't think is the intent of these bodies. So again, not a good showing, I think, on all parts in this context. So those are my observations. I've got one question and a couple of recommendations. My one question is there a consequence? Was there any change as a result of that awkward condition that wasn't the intent not having been met? So is there a consequence? The second thing is a couple of recommendations. I don't think planning should abdicate meeting conditions of approval to an advisory body that it really doesn't have authority in the first place. So I think that's, a move we shouldn't do in the future. It just creates conflict. The other thing I'd like to recommend is all of these issues, which, I've commented on a number of cases around nonconformances and sort of guideline-related things, gets down to density. And we've got our hands tied on density with all the different state law stuff, which we continue to learn more and more and more about. To me, what this is now stepping into is safety more than density in the context of housing. When we've got projects that are going outside of setbacks or at the setbacks and building completely, we've got fire hazards. We're going to look like Lahaina here pretty soon with the density getting packed into these properties. And so what I'd like to suggest is some real critical thinking about these ordinances that live within the state intent to drive housing, but also create some safety mechanisms for what's being built. Simple ideas would be putting firewalls on anything that's inside a setback or outside of a setback. That's particularly next to a neighboring house that also may be outside its setback. So within some sort of window of proximity, there should be additional safety measures imposed on these projects. The other one is a notion like the fire safety requirements for sprinkling. Over a certain square footage or percentage of square footage of change, you're compelled to put in more safety features, more sprinkling, more, whatever that case may be. I think this can apply here. If you've got a project that's significantly being redeveloped and using the existing nonconformances as a mechanism to achieve those growths in use, in density, and in intensity on the property, there should be a trigger. There should be a trigger that invokes safety features to be applied, if not reducing the density in the first place. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker slip I have, which does not identify an item number, so looks like it's a matter not on our agenda. Nathan?
green button on?
Push. There we go. All right. Nathan Pratt, Carpinteria. I had two things I came down to comment on. One was I sent you all an email, I think, before Christmas, requesting that we get verbal updates on major projects at the city council meetings and at the planning commission meetings. I didn't hear back from any of you, but I did hear back from the majority of the city council people, and they seemed to think it was a good idea. And I noticed that the community development director gave a major projects verbal update at the last city council meeting. So I wanted to applaud the city for enacting that little suggestion. I think it's good to keep things in front of people's minds. And, you know, most people aren't going to read attachments or, you know, addendums to things. So having it just, you know, 2-minute little summary worked out really well at the city council meeting. And I did talk to Nick, and he said he's going to give a version of it tonight. And then the second thing I wanted to talk about, since I assume that there might be a modest amount of residents, property owners following this meeting, that we do have this ballot issue for capital funds for, I'm not sure what department the money actually ends up going to, but that theoretically could be used for trees and landscape maintenance and all that. And I wanted to just remind people, if they haven't really thought about it, that there's a significant value in landscaping. And everybody who's a property owner, you know, no one likes to pay his taxes they don't have to pay, but you can figure that having 1 or 2 big trees in front of your house is worth 5 to 7% of your property's value. And with the current values of Carpinteria, you know, reaching the multi-million-dollar range, that's a nice chunk of change. So I think it's a wise investment to spend a few bucks every month to make sure we keep our trees and landscaping up to snuff, and if anything, improve it and add more. So those are my. And then also, I would, just on the fire suppression issue, because I did one time build something that we had to put fire suppression in, and it's a good thing. You know, I think it was a 5,000-foot cutoff at that time to put in fire suppression, the sprinkler of the whole building, house. And so if you have a density issue and he's worried about fire safety issues, the firewall is a good idea. Windows are also an issue about fire transmission, property to property, and sprinklering everything pretty much resolves any problem. All right, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I would just comment that often a report on what's going on in terms of development and projects in the city is found kind of at the end of our agenda under the director's report. We're often brought up to date on what may be going on projects, and we appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. The next speaker report I have up, I'm not certain whether it's on matter not on our agenda or on one of our 2 items. Rose Deacon, are you speaking on either the Kohler or the cell tower? The Kohler residence or the cell tower? Oh, okay, then I'll defer your speaker slip. Okay, are there any other members of the public that would like to address us on matters that are not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, let's move on in our agenda to item 1, the consent agenda, which is for approval of the minutes of December 1st. Are there any revisions or corrections needed by commissioners?
Unless others have changes, I would move to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, we are on to the first public hearing, and this is on the Kohler residence at 333 Linden Avenue. And this is a time for planning commissioners to disclose ex parte communications or information they have that other members of the commission and the public may not have. Any disclosures?
I just drove by a couple of times.
Okay. And I'm familiar with the property as well from knowing Carpinteria.
I visited the site. No other communications.
Okay, no further disclosures. Okay, we're ready for the staff presentation on this.
Good evening, Chair Allen and members of the Planning Commission.
So tonight we have the new residence and lot line adjustment at 333 Linden Avenue, which also does include 355 Linden Avenue. The project description is for approval of a development plan, a lot line adjustment, and a coastal development permit to construct a new 3,866 square foot, two-story, single-family residence that would be comprised of a 3,334 square feet of living space and an attached 432 square foot two-car garage. The maximum height would be 23 feet and 10 inches. A lot line adjustment between 355 and 333 Linden Avenue, new landscaping and hardscape, a new driveway from Linden Avenue to serve the new residents, a tree protection plan for an existing sycamore tree and removal of one palm at the street, and demolition of the garage at 355 Linden Avenue to resolve an encroachment issue. And here's the property. This is both lots here, highlighted in the red outline. Here's Linden Avenue. Here's Tomal Park. We've got the State Park, Linden Field here, the spot on the corner, and then the house on the corner at 355 Linden is commonly known as the Old Stein House, if you're familiar with that terminology. But it's the two-story house on the corner at Linden, or excuse me, at Dorrance and Linden. Okay, so the lot line adjustment, here's the existing lot configuration. So the parcel at 355 Linden is basically like a backwards L-shaped parcel. And it's currently 9,787 and a half square feet in size. The 333 Linden Avenue is this parcel here, labeled number 2, is 5,287.5 square feet presently. So the lot line adjustment would take 2,250 square feet from parcel A and give it to parcel B. And that would be accomplished by taking this north-south lot line and making it go east-west, more east-west, I should say, so that the line is just one continuous line between the two for two parallel, equally sized parcels of 7,573 and a half square feet each. And then the garage demolition, this is the detached garage here, which was built in the 90s. It is not part of the original structure that was built here. It was a replacement garage. But it slightly encroaches over this common property line between the two lots, about 6 inches. At the back end, it's 7 inches. At the front end, it's 5 inches because it was actually constructed like slightly not square with the world. So the applicant has opted to demolish this garage and then possibly build a new garage in the future when they finish their plans for redevelopment of this lot on the corner because they are under common ownership. And then any other encroaching structures. There used to be a shed here. I believe that shed's been removed now, but if it's still there, it would have to be removed also. And here's the site plan for the project for the new residence. Here's Linden. This is the location of the palm that would need to be removed in order to facilitate the new driveway here. And this is the 30-inch sycamore that is, the project essentially has been designed around to retain the sycamore because it is a native tree and it is protected by our policies. So the house would stretch back on the narrow lot with a courtyard here to allow root space for the sycamore. There's a covered patio at the back, and then a lawn area and outdoor space here. And this is the palm that's proposed to be removed. It is a city street tree. And then this is the sycamore that is proposed to remain. And then the first floor plan, I'll just go through these quickly. Garage facing the street for the driveway. Mostly living space on the first floor with the exception of one bedroom downstairs. And then the second floor has 3 more bedrooms upstairs, and each room has its own bathroom as well. And then a balcony here, and then over the garage looking out towards Linden and Linden Field, and then a smaller front balcony here, and then another balcony looking over the backyard. And here's the street elevation. Oh, and to point out the plate heights on here, the first floor has a 9-foot plate height, which is typical for today's living standards. And then the upstairs, the plate height around the perimeter of the second floor is actually only 7.5 feet. And then they did volume ceilings to get the feel of more height, but the main plate height is 7.5 feet, just to keep the height down. And here you see the north elevation. This would be the side facing the old Stein house, or the spot direction. Here's that covered porch in the back. And then this is the south elevation, or the beach side elevation. And again, this is a little courtyard area here, so this is pushed back. And then the west elevation, or the rear elevation, and again, you see the little covered porch. And here's just a section. This is really just showing you how they did the 7.5-foot plate height for the main part, but then with the vaulted ceilings, it creates that extra height inside without adding to the height of the structure. And then the roof plan. Here's the story poles that you saw, or most of you saw if you drove by and took a look. And then here's the roof plan that the story poles correlate to the perimeter of the second floor. And colors and materials. If you read the staff report, the ARB did have one comment to make the exterior be Greek Villa to match, which is the same color that the Dark Coffee Company is up in the New Linden Square. However, since they had that conversation, another one of the cooler residences around the corner is also proposed to be that Greek Villa color. So when this goes back to final ARB, we will ask them if they really want 2 houses of the same color next to each other, or if they want to keep it with the Navajo white, which is a dark white, but not as dark as the Greek Villa. But also not super bright white. So it's kind of a middle of the road white. So that's one comment, and that was mentioned in the staff report, and that will be resolved when it goes to final ARB, the exact color that they want. And then here's the tree protection plan. Okay, here's the sycamore tree, and then here is its critical root zone. The arborist has determined that 43% or 42%, of the critical root zone would be encroached upon during the construction. So here's the area where the tree protection fencing would be located during construction, and then any digging or trenching that were to occur in the footprint in the drip line would be done by hand, including grading and excavation activities. And then during construction, plywood would be placed over mulch to protect the roots that are not within the fence during construction. And the tree protection plan is also included in our conditions of approval, as well as it's one of the sheets of the plan set. And then here's the landscape and hardscape plan for the balance of the property. Here's the new driveway, permeable pavers, a lot of flagstone and permeable pavers. This is an artificial turf lawn in the back. And this is a little DG area back here with some olive trees and then plantings in front. And then there's a little 2.5-foot tall wall here along Linden with a little gate to the entrance. And these are the story pole photos. This is looking northwest from Linden Avenue, across the street over at the park side. You can see the story poles in here. And then here, this is a better picture in real life than on the screen, but you can see the pools in here if you're actually looking at the picture. This is looking southwest from Linden. And then here's another picture a little further south on Linden, looking northwest up at the story poles here. And then this is looking straight north from 3rd Street, and you see the top of the ridge right here. And then this is a little further down on 3rd Street, further west, and then looking northeast, and you can see the back of the house right here. And then looking south from Dorrance Way, again, here's the story poles in the, I don't know why it's giving me this little clock. Do you know what that's about? I'm sorry. But the, oh, there we go, back to normal now. And then here's the story poles again here. So the key objectives and policies for discussion tonight, land use element objective LU3, to preserve the small beach town character of the built environment of Carpinteria and encourage compatible revitalization and avoid sprawl at the city's edge. Objective CD1, that the size, scale, and form of buildings on a parcel should be compatible with the adjacent nearby properties and with the dominant neighborhood or district development pattern. Objective community design element objective CD2, that architectural designs based on historic regional building types should be encouraged to preserve and enhance the unique character of the city. And then open space and conservation element policy, OSC 7A, that oak trees and oak woodlands, because they are particularly sensitive to environmental conditions, as well as walnut, sycamore, and other native trees, shall be protected through appropriate development standards. So that one relates to the retention of the sycamore tree as part of the project. And then the action options are the first one to approve the project and adopt the resolution, and the CEQA notice of exemption, which is staff's recommendation. And then we have 2 other options to have revisions or conceptually deny the project. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions of staff? Alexandra?
Thank you. Kind of coming, this is a question, sort of a big picture question, but did staff weigh Linden Avenue's role as a continuous civic corridor, you know, from the mountains to the beach, when evaluating the scale and the ground level design? How did you weigh that in your analysis?
For compatibility, is that, I'm sorry, through the chair. I guess most of the, if I think I'm understanding your correction, most of the analysis we did was based on primarily the beach neighborhood and the structures in the beach neighborhood. So, like, we didn't go up by the high school and look at houses there for design, for like height and architectural style and everything. We just kept it mostly in the beach neighborhood for our analysis, because that's where this property is located.
Okay, I'm just, what I'm wondering is, other than some of the applicable community design and the beach neighborhood policies, the fact that it is a major corridor that is extremely important.
Oh.
It is, you know, we've got a relatively, you know, we've got the facade itself is right up on that street, on that block. And right across the street is Linden Field, which is open space. Mm-hmm. You've got lots of smaller single-family homes right around the corner on 3rd and on that block on Linden.
Right.
What other than you know what you've got in the report, how else did you weigh that in?
I see what you're saying. Okay, so let's go to well, this will help. Okay, So there's the spot here. There's the existing Stein house, which is taller than this one. Then there's the vacant parcel where this one's proposed. Then there's this one here, which is actually a 2-story house also. And then across the street, going towards the beach, we've got the name escapes me right now, but the vacation rentals, that's another 2-story. And then next door to that is the condos with the roofs like this. And then, which are also 2-story. And then you get to the Sunset Shores on the corner, which is 2-story, and then Carpinteria Shores across the street. So for this section of Linden, 2 stories is the predominant theme. And also, most of the structures are closer to Linden than this one will be, because this one's set back 20 feet. This house is very close to the street. The Stein house, as you know, is very close to the sidewalk right there. So this one's actually going to be set back. You know, it's going to be here, whereas this one's here, and then this one is also closer. So is that answering your question for
I'm
the feel
thinking-
of the?
Just if you take a look at that one block and you look at it from more of a pedestrian standpoint, and again, it's an important corridor for our city. That you've got a lot of house right up in front with that garage. So my just for the record, I mean, I think that there is a scale and pedestrian experience that we need to consider here. So that was one of my questions in terms of clarification for you. I have a few other questions, but I'm happy to let somebody else go.
Well, I'll come back to you if somebody else has a question.
I have a couple.
Sure.
Does the garage, do the cars from the driveway have to back up onto Linden?
Through the chair, yes, they would back up onto Linden, but that's allowable with a single-family dwelling.
But it's not a good street to back up on, especially when you're talking about the surf liner. So I just want to know, and the other thing is, has the owner indicated he or she will be using it as short-term rentals?
The owner has not indicated any of that to us, but the applicant is here tonight.
Okay,
and he
well,
can
if they're
expand.
not, I'd like to see it a condition of approval. If they are, I'd like to know. So, there you go. Okay, that's all I have for right now.
On that subject, I'd just like to know, perhaps from council, whether conditioning on future application for short-term vacation rental is a discretionary action.
Through the chair, I'm obviously not legal counsel, I'm the community development director, but I'm happy to weigh in on this with my take on it, right, which is that short-term rentals are an allowable use in the beach neighborhood overlay district, provided that somebody obtains a license. So this home, as would any other home in the neighborhood, would be eligible to apply for a license, and when one becomes available, they could conceivably pursue it.
Okay, I'm not sure that directly answers my question, which is whether, based on whatever circumstances commissioners might come up with, it's within our discretion to say that one residence versus another could not apply.
Chair Allen, I'll think a little bit more about it and get back to you as we go on through, and if that comes up further. But my initial thought aligns with Nick's, that because it's an allowable use both in the coastal zone and specifically in this zone, and there's not any standards in the city code prohibiting it, I'm unsure, I guess, what standard the commission would be relying on in applying that condition of approval. But that being said, let me think a little bit more about it, and I can get back with a better question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I wrong in that there's a certain number of licenses that, and so if somebody wants to turn their unit into a short-term rental, they have to get a license?
Through the chair, Commissioner Moore, that's correct. So
Thank you.
there's an overall number of licenses available for the entirety of the beach neighborhood. And then from there, the beach neighborhood is further divided into 4 sub-districts, and each of those sub-districts has a certain number of licenses allotted to it. A couple of the districts still have a handful of licenses available, and a couple of the districts are fully occupied with licenses. I think I believe this home would be in one of the sub-districts that currently has a waiting list. So, right, the owner, if they wanted to pursue a short-term rental, could get on the waiting list, but unless or until they actually obtain a license, they could not operate it as a short-term rental.
Okay.
Just a couple questions, if I could.
Yes.
Couple quick questions with regards to the city palm tree that's on Linden. Was there any consideration given to whether it's possible to reconfigure the driveway to avoid removing that tree?
Through the chair, this one, actually, the reason we're removing the street tree is in order to save the sycamore. So it was a trade-off between a native or a street tree. Not, well, I guess, the applicant can speak to that, but, without narrowing the driveway, and which might make backing in and out a little unusual. Yeah, theoretically the driveway could be narrowed, but originally they had the driveway on this side, and they were proposing to remove the sycamore tree. And so then through the course of the review, to retain the tree, then the driveway got moved to the other side.
Okay. So the evolution of the project, then the driveway location did change
Yes.
in order to save the sycamore, but that change then resulted in the need to take out the palm.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And they could plant another palm, elsewhere in front, if
Okay.
they wanted to.
And then on the Linden frontage, and it may be in here, and I missed it, there's currently curb parking there, so are we losing just one space on Linden then?
I can't remember exactly how the parking spaces are marked in front of this one, but a typical parking space in the parallels are between 18 and 20 feet, I think. So for a 16-foot wide driveway, could be just one parking spot, depending on how the Ts are, you know what I mean?
Okay. And is that the responsibility of the project applicant to remark the street parking as part of the project?
I believe Public Works would require anything in the right-of-way as a result of the project to be corrected if the project were to
Okay, thanks.
change it.
And then I guess my last question, I'm just curious, until the lot line's reconfigured, it's not really on this lot, but it appears that there's, already construction occurring at the back of this parcel, grading. Is that related to this project?
I don't know. There's going to be. I know what you're talking about. There's been some soil stockpiled there. I've seen the piles myself. I'm not sure if that's specifically for this project or just being stored there for all 3 of the houses when they eventually get constructed. because the two on Dorrance are also the same owner. And those also have to have grading, over excavation and recompaction. So it'll probably be used somewhere, but I'm not sure if it'll be used specifically on this site.
Okay. But as far as staff knows or is concerned, construction has not yet begun?
No, we know that construction has not begun yet.
Okay, thank you.
Alexander, you had more questions?
Yeah, I've got one more for staff. Getting back to sort of the facade, it's my understanding that we have a design guideline that addresses the concern about ground floors primarily devoted to garages, the facade. So can you tell me how you're seeing that, how you're looking at that? How that works? I think it's I think you have it in there.
Yeah, it's in, I think there's actually a couple of them
CD
that relate to it.
CDS 1.4, I think. So I just wanted to know what your thinking was there. And what I don't want to get into is I want to make sure if we're talking calculations that we're really clear
Okay.
with everybody here about what we're calculating. Thank you.
Yeah, I will, what did you say it was D, which one?
I think there's CD S14, although there's, I believe, 3. Yeah, CDS 1.3. There's like 2 or 3, I think.
Oh, okay, so there's policy 4 that says no more than 50% of the facade which should be occupied by garage doors.
Yeah.
And then, which one were you pointing to now? Oh, okay, here we go. And then there's, I think there's one of the design guidelines too, maybe, but I can answer this because I did do the math, and that it's 46%. So the parcel is 45 feet wide. Let me find my as discussed above section here. Okay, the site's 45 feet wide with 35 feet of buildable width with the 2 5-foot side yard setbacks on each side. So to meet the interior dimension requirements of a 2-car garage is 18 feet by 18 feet. 2 9 by 18 parking spaces put together, 18 by 18. So then with the exterior walls, that forces the garage to be at least 19 feet wide, which the whole garage is more than 50%, but the actual doors are narrower. So with the 2-door design, the perceived space of the garage is less than 50%. So let me find out where I put that. And that's when I got the 46%.
Okay, there's the garage frontal mass, though. I think there's maybe 2 in the staff report. I should have put the page numbers on there, but there was a little confusion there, like 165%, and then I remember your 46%.
Yeah, effectively, what we end up with here is a math problem, right? You
Yeah,
have a
okay.
45-foot wide lot. You have a garage that's roughly 20 feet wide. So just by default, if we're going to have a garage on the property, it's going to take up more than 50% of the allowable building frontage. It's inescapable in this case.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question.
Any additional questions of staff? John, I think John was first.
Was a traffic study done for this?
Yes, John, Public Works, through the chair, John Lawson and the Public Works Department did look at this project for the driveway.
All right.
And that's also why the wall is only 2.5 feet tall, rather than being our full 3 feet that's allowed.
Okay, Jane?
Yeah, well, I've got so many projects by Kohler that I can't find the one I need from the ARB. Were there conditions included, all of them? I can't find them right here. Were they included in the changes to the staff report?
Yes, the most recent comments from the ARB were included, which was to add a tree in the front yard, which is this tree you see here in the rendering. And then the other comment was about the exterior color going the Greek villa, which is what the other one is. So those are the two most recent comments from the ARB, which the landscaping has been addressed, and then the final ARB, the color will be determined at the final ARB.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I have, I guess, semi-question or comment. In the large-scale upstairs diagram, we have a bedroom labeled bath number 3, which is actually a bedroom. But I mention that is because I count 5 bathrooms, and in real life, I count 5 bedrooms, although it's described as a 4-bedroom house. There's a den with a closet adjacent to a bathroom, which has no other bedroom dedicated use. And I suppose one reason it might be called a den is because there's a door to the garage. But other than that, functionally, it looks like a 5th bedroom. I mention that simply because I think we should acknowledge that the house can carry fairly large use.
Through the chair, Commissioner Allen, Chair Allen. Yes, you're right. That one is labeled as den, but with the closet and everything, technically it could count as a bedroom.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just to answer a question that people have, and we can ask it of the applicant if you don't, I believe you indicated you don't know whether there's been an application as a short-term vacation rental for this property, and how about the adjacent property?
I believe this property, the adjacent property, and both of the ones on Dorrance, I believe they're all on the waiting list, all 4 of them. On the waiting list.
Okay, I'm talking about both 355 and 333.
Yes, they're on the waiting
Okay.
list.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions of staff? Okay. Okay. There's a little bit of confusion in how people have labeled request to speak, and not your fault, the way the agenda works. There's some that are labeled number 2, and they may be for Kohler, or they may be for the Verizon, or for the cellular tower. So the ones that I'm uncertain about are Francis Brand. Are you here for the Kohler resident? For this residence? No, okay. So I'll put that underneath. Marilyn Jenkins, are you here for this project?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to come forward and address us?
(3,866 square feet). 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 2 stories. My house is used as a 2-story example. I live on Linden, next door to this property. My house is 1.5 stories, 1,900 square feet. The house behind my house, 1,200 square feet. This couple is proposing 3 houses, all of them over 3,000 square feet, all of them 2-story. All of them on the list to be short-term rentals. 15 total people who would come to these houses and rent them on a weekend. 2-car garage. Takes up 2 spaces in front of the house. Only 2 people can park in the garage if they can get in. The garage is narrow. I have a 2-car garage set way back from the street. I have to back out into traffic. It's impossible now. I had a difficulty getting here tonight because there's so much traffic. In the summer, even worse. It just doesn't work. Now, there is some area in the back of the house where they own the property, and I've asked why they can't put the garage in the back. I don't know. That wasn't considered. So my first concern is the size of the property. My second is, and I can't remember, I think it was a state law or just convention says that if a view has existed for a long length of time, it shouldn't be impeded by new development. The view behind my house of the mountains has been available to me since, well, before I owned the house. The house has been there since 1923. The Stein house was built in the same era. The brother, not the Steins, but Cravens owned the big house. My house was then owned by the sister after, I guess, Mr. Cravens passed away. So the views would be considerably changed by this project. Not only my house is covered by this two-story view, but the house behind mine. It is 5 feet from the back step of that house, and it's a tiny little house. Okay, that's the second concern. The third concern is the standards from 2008 have changed this much. I remodeled my house. I was required to have a certain percentage of open space around my house. I was forced to make 2 plots into one because I didn't have enough open space. The 2 houses had historically been there, but they required that change because there needed to be more open yard space. This house is enormous for the size of the lot. Next concern, the ARB board asked the developer, the contractor, to state what was going to happen to the Stein house. They haven't done that. What is the plan? This house will be 5 feet from the back of the Stein house. I don't think that house is even as big as 3,800 square feet. It was the first hotel in town. It's been there since the 1920s, and I believe the plan probably, because they've let it go to rack and ruin, the plan seems to be that they will tear it down after they have this project built. They need to say what they're going to do with that house. They own that property as well. Nothing has been stated. Finally, this project, of course, does nothing to alleviate the housing problem in Carpinteria. It's designed to be a short-term rental. That's it. Thank you.
You know, I made an error in that the first public speakers I should have invited forward are the applicants and the applicant's representative. My apologies. So if the applicants or the applicant's representatives would like to address us, please come forward.
Good evening, Chair and lady and gentlemen of the board and staff. Thank you for being here. Cindy, thank you for that presentation. Alexandra, I think you pointed out something that was, very apparent. That is, this is in a pretty unique location in Carp. I think on planet Earth, it's one of the, you're right next to a park, you're right next to a playground, you're a few hundred feet from the beach, you're within walking distance to a ton of restaurants. It's one of the most visible corners, I think, if you come and visit this town.
Would you mind letting everyone know who you are?
Hi, I'm Dylan Chappelle. I'm the architect, and this is George Minneris, project manager. Cindy, can you pull up do you have the title sheet? And I didn't.
I do have your, that exhibit you prepared. I included that at the back of my presentation. I don't know if
Do
you
you
want
have
that.
that exhibit that we showed on previous? Yeah, that would be lovely. That document would be lovely.
I don't know what I keep doing here, sorry.
And we have been working with the Architectural Review Board through several meetings and iterations.
That one?
Yeah, that one's great. On this project, as Cindy stated, initially we wanted to save the street tree, and then it became more apparent that the sycamore was more important and more protected, and so then we redesigned the project around saving the sycamore tree. Just maybe to give some information, Jane, on one of your questions. Why is the garage facing the street, right? Like, why don't we put the garage at the back of the property? One of the issues is this lot, I believe it's only 45 feet wide. And you have, it's kind of back to the garage percentage. It just gets down to the numbers. 45 feet wide, you have to have a 5-foot setback on this property. A garage, minimum is like 18-ish, but normally it's about 20 feet from the walls, the outside walls of the garage. So that's 5 feet for the setback plus 25 feet, plus 20 feet, sorry, that's 25 feet. Minimum backup distance for a car out of a garage is 25 feet. So to be able to not have the garage or face sideways, you need a 50-foot wide lot. So we explored that in the beginning as well. This is a diagram. I've presented this to you guys before. I wasn't planning on presenting it tonight, but it kind of goes back to Alexandra, some of your initial comments and questions. We didn't look at buildings or projects, on the other side of the freeway. The downtown area of Carp, where it's all commercial, right above there, we didn't really look at it, but there's some pretty good density there. We did do a study through this whole area, and I think what the study shows is this is the least dense project on the block. I know there's a small house next door, but there is a garage, and the owner just stated that they struggled even to meet their open yard on that project. And when I go through some of the numbers on this project, you'll see that we're nowhere near the maximum allowable development on this property. No doubt it is slightly over a 3,000 square foot house, which is not a small house, especially for Carp, which has a history of these charming beach bungalows that are 2-bedroom, 1-baths, and we all love those. Our project is 33% of the lot coverage. 50% is allowed in this district. So that's 1,200 square feet that we could add and still comply with the ordinances. Our open yard, you're required to have a minimum of 20% open yard. We have 63%. So we have 3 times the open yard, and it's just tough whenever you see a vacant lot and then there's a house proposed on it. It just feels like an attack, and I understand that. I get that. What else was I gonna say? If we wanted to maximize the development on this property, those are some of the numbers we could come back in with. I have to double check, but I think you could, the size of this lot would allow you to put 3 units on it.
That's what it's zoned for.
And then legally, we could add 2 ADUs to those 3 units. So I could come in and present 5 units on this property legally and meet all the codes and not need any exemptions. But I'm coming in with a single-family residence that is over 1,000 square feet smaller than what's allowed. The height is 23 feet. We're doing everything we can to make a comfortable house, but keep it well below the allowable height in the area. And I think story poles are just offensive. You know, there's just no way not to be. But obviously I'm on one side of it, but if subject you go out there, this house is set back quite significantly from both the houses to either side of it. And if you go look at the story poles, I mean, they show where our second story is. The Stein house, I don't know if it's 10 feet back from the sidewalk. The house on the corner is pretty dang close to the street as well. Our garage is 20 feet back. And then our 2-story structure starts 20 feet back from that. Both of the adjacent houses have 2-story structures almost at like 10 feet back. So anyways, we've tried to do a lot to make it fit in. It is a large modern house. Chair, to your question, you're not legally allowed to have a bedroom off of or access a garage, which is why that room is called a den. There is a bathroom right next to it, so someone could do something. The bathroom is there. We're right up the street from the beach. We like to have a bath for guests, so they don't have to go into a bedroom. And these are all things that most of our houses don't have, so I get it. And I think to the other point about the VRBOs or short-term vacation rentals, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. I think when the owner purchased all these properties, they got on the list immediately just because they didn't know what they were going to do. But at this time, this is going to be their house. They have other houses there, but it's going to be a personal home. I don't know if they're going to sell or what's going to happen. If they did do vacation rentals, they would have to do it legally. I know we're all sick and tired of vacation rentals taking over our neighborhoods. At the same time, I would love for everyone in the room to be able to stay across the street from a playground and a park and walking distance to hotels and right down the street from a beach. So if it were to happen, it seems like it would be a place that it would be appropriate. Other than that, I think we're here to answer any questions or concerns.
Do members of the commission have questions of the applicant's representatives?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the
Jane.
lot line adjustment, does that go out to Dorrance now? Doesn't go into Dorrance?
No, it doesn't.
Because it doesn't seem impossible to put the parking behind.
There's no access to it.
Yeah, well, maybe it shouldn't be such a big house then. But,
But it's a big lot too. It's over 7,500.
yeah, but you've designed it and it doesn't work for the garages in the back.
Yeah, so this, I guess, to answer your question, this parcel that we're talking about and looking at does not go to Dorrance and never has gone to
I mean,
Dorrance.
not that, the one next to it that you're cutting off? Well,
The Stein house is on Dorrance, yeah.
Well, I know, I'm talking about the back.
It's locked in. It's,
Okay.
that Stein house that you're seeing in that number 5 lot, that's one lot. That 28, that's.
Okay. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your last name, but as you speak, if you could use the mic, please.
Yeah, to address that garage issue, is if you're looking at lot 1 right there, that goes back to lot 5, which legally I think lot 5 would be another parcel at some point when they did the plot map for Carpinteria, but that's considered one parcel.
You own that too, right? They own that too?
Well, yeah, I own that,
It'll
but
be done. I'm not gonna beat it, but, yeah.
you would have no garage for the other house then. You'd have to tear down the
Well,
garage
you're
for
gonna tear
the,
down the garages anyway.
but we'd like to have a garage back there. I think everybody here would probably like to have a garage at their house, I'd imagine. I mean, that's,
Okay, thank you.
Do any other commissioners have questions of the applicant's representatives? Alexandra?
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying a few things. I'm still a little confused. So you're saying that you have not built to the maximum envelope allowed. Okay, so it's about, I think the calculations may be about 2/3. Does that sound about right? Of what you're proposing to build on the lot? About 2/3 of the maximum allowable.
Yeah, we are 33% and 50% allowed, so yeah, there's an additional 1,200 square feet on the ground floor that we could build, and
In the PRD zone, lot coverage is only footprint.
so that's footprint. So then theoretically, we could two-story that space. So, there's a 2,000 plus square feet that we could add to this and still comply. Not saying that would get approved, but that's within the current code.
Okay. The development plan requires us the process itself requires us to weigh private impacts against public interest along a major corridor. So that's one, I know we talked a little bit earlier about my concern about protecting what that looks like. So we've already heard from another, well, I shouldn't say that. We know, we've already discussed that there are other homes in the area that haven't been able and don't build up to the full envelope of the parcel. And that's part of what keeps that beach neighborhood in compliance. The neighborhood itself, that's part of the general plan. So even though I understand that you're saying, hey, I'm not building to the full envelope, it really, from an aesthetic standpoint and getting back to the neighborhood compatibility, 2/3 is pushing right up there. So I just wanted to check that with you, because I know that's something that we've been talking a lot about here.
We didn't think this was going to be a slam dunk here tonight.
Okay, great. That was going to be my next question. So if we required a
it's time to shoot.
Sorry, it's okay. If we required a materially smaller building envelope, what elements do you think could be reduced? Would you be willing to do that?
I mean, I'm the architect. I'm willing to do anything. And I can draw rectangles and erase rectangles. So yeah, I mean, we could make it smaller. Absolutely. But I mean, if you go back to that diagram, we're already the smallest on the street besides maybe the neighbor next door. I mean, the other,
Considering lot size.
well, or I mean, look at the beach. What is the first project? I mean, it's like a 60-unit condo complex. Then the next project is another 60-unit condo complex, and then it's like a 30, and then a 40, and then there's Del Playa, which is 5 or 6 units. And then there's the charming house on the corner that is 2-story that does have a garage that we're per our lot size, we are similar size to that. I don't think they could add 1,200 square feet on their property and comply. We can. There is the spot, which is kind of the outlier. I don't know how we compare to that. And then there's the proposed 3-story, 30-unit hotel that's got a pool above our house. So I don't see how we're the biggest.
Dylan, I'm sorry. So when we talked a little bit earlier, I'm specifically talking about that block. So I appreciate the study that you did.
Mm-hmm.
The large, the apartments that have been there, the structures that have been there for a long, long time. But if I'm in the beach neighborhood a lot. I just see it a lot. You're heading down Linden. You've got the open space on the left. You've got Spot. And then you've got this block that we're talking about. So, and then you take a right onto 3rd Street, and, you've got a lot of smaller houses. So I just wanted to be really clear what I was referring to.
Just that area,
Yeah. Okay, so speaking of that, what about tree retention? Would you be willing to redesign to retain the palm tree? I mean, let's face it, iconic. Linden Avenue, palm trees.
I agree. I mean, when we came in, I'm like, that palm tree's got to win over the sycamore, but that wasn't the choice that was made. I think we're always open and willing to save trees. I mean, we worked together to save a tree on the last project, and on Maple Street. So it just gets into a weird area, and once again, that tree's not on the property. Our hands are a little tied once again. There's safety issues, and not only is there issues of can you physically get the car into the garage, but then there's other safety, vision, corridor issues, back out safety. That's a tough one. If there was an easy way to save the tree, we would always try and save the tree. But this one, we're kind of stuck between 2 trees, and we had to make a decision on which one other agencies preferred we would save.
But we are willing to relocate it or plant it and replace a new one somewhere else if we can make it work. Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about relocating it. I think both trees need to stay, but sorry, I'm finished. Thank you.
Done. Are there any other questions of applicant or applicant's representatives? Anyone? Okay. Seeing none, we may invite you back later. But okay, I'm now opening the public hearing to other regular members of the public, and correct me if it's not on this project. Jeff, no. Rose, I think you were on the cell tower. Francis Brand, are you on this project? Okay. And Patrick O'Connor, you did indicate you wish to speak on this. Okay.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. Patrick O'Connor, District 5 resident, speaking both as resident, and it's going to be hard to not cross over the line because I did review this as ARB. Same comments apply. This has gotten a lot of airtime. It was originally proposed as a duplex. In the sort of, early 2025, it's shifted over to a single-family home, much like the other property over by the spot. The awkward thing here, I think, the elephant in the room on the biggest awkward part of this is the lot line wasn't defined during most of these reviews. And in fact, as I now read the staff report that articulates that lot line adjustment, I think best now implies that we were reviewing building structures that weren't buildable in those prior reviews on this 333 lot. Its size wasn't large enough without that lot line adjustment. So we got kind of a wonky, series of discussions going on here. And, the ARB isn't able to really address most of this. It's a design review process. So we're pretty limited in our scope. And that's unfortunate because I think that's where a lot of the discussion occurs, and it lands here. This is where the food fight occurs. And honestly, I don't think we got a complete food fight because we don't have the owners here. All respect to the projects manager and the architect, they're doing a job, and it's a fine piece of architecture, but they're representing an interest that isn't here to defend itself. So I think that's a point. A couple other points. We've talked a lot about the neighboring thing and the initial question about how it was considered. There was a pretty deliberate discussion about the sort of tiering of heights, from the Stein house to this property to Marilyn's house, and that's all true. I think we owe Maryland a bit more respect to quit referring to that as a two-story house and larger than this. It's just not, And you can parse the words and parse the definitions all you like, but, she deserves the respect of having a pretty, gateway property in this area too that is important. One thing, positively, I will say, it appears there's a power pole gone, which is great. And if it's not, it should be. It's right in the middle of the lot, on the beach side of the lot, close to that sycamore tree. So I think that's good news if that's gone. Sorry for the random thoughts here. Back to the Exhibit A. The Exhibit A and B for the lot line adjustment is confusing because it's showing two lot line adjustments occurring to create one east-west lot line. So it's not clear to me what the original state was. If those were three lots and the lot line adjustment is as stated, then there was in fact access on Dorrance for that lot that's now becoming part of 333. So the intention for that lot that's now being added into the other side was to have access from Dorrance, and that's now taken away. So all the nuance about is the lot now wide enough for a driveway to go through, I think the lot line adjustment process could allow you to put a driveway in there and have it be part of that 333 address. Now that's, because of the wonkiness of all this, there's a lot of water that's been under the bridge, and things are cooked in pretty far in these reviews. So it's unfortunate. I guess it's another one of these, it's not our finest day when we do these things out of order as bodies, both, ARB planning and the staff together. And I think that's what led to all of this confusion. And the last point I'll make is there's no discussion in either of the ARB reviews since the conversion to single family about DG4. And I think just look back to the last half hour ago, we should be addressing DG4 and it's not been addressed. So does it meet it or does it not?
May I ask for some clarification from staff on the last comment? Are there currently 3 lots that will become
No.
2? Okay.
through the chair, or Chair Allen, you are the chair. Right now, so, way back when the city map, this was 3 lots. It was 1, 2, and then this one over here afterwards was lot 5. They were 3 lots. However, 1 and 5 have been transferred together for so many times for so many years that the city surveyor determined that was 1 legal lot now, not 2 lots. And so that's 1 legal lot. And then this one, number parcel APN 28, was in fact a separate legal lot. So these are, per our city surveyor, are 2 legal lots, not 3.
Thank you. I don't have any additional speaker slips on this, but if there are members of the public who'd like to address us, Nathan, was yours on this? Would you like to come up and address us? Okay. So I said there's some confusion over the numbering.
Turn on your mic.
The mic.
Turn on the microphone.
On all the time. I didn't plan on speaking on this at all, but having seen what's going on here, I do have some comments. I think if you have, it looks like this is a hotel in disguise in multi-parts, a slow motion development. If they own 4 or 5 parcels, 5 rooms per parcel, actually you can go up to 6 per parcel, and you got 30 units real quick. So you might want to look at it that way, or I don't know if you have looked at it that way, maybe you analyze it that way or not, I don't know. But I would be worth taking a look at it as a global project of multiple parcels of a single project and see how that all fits together. Generally speaking, and your community development director knows this, I'm concerned about the historic look of the downtown area and the old town area. And could you put up the facade on the street facade on the slide, please? Back. There it is. I'm not sure, depending on how they actually build this, it could go anywhere from a really beautiful handcrafted home to pretty cheesy track house. I mean, this architectural rendering doesn't bowl me over, and I've seen a lot of them. So I'm not sure what kind of details you can require of a builder, like as far as hand plastering versus spray stucco versus this versus that, but this is a typical, it could be an apartment building in the valley, really, or Westlake Village, or anywhere. So I don't see anything historic beach community about that look right there. I guess they're trying to do a Spanish vibe, is what it looks like they're doing. A little bit hard to tell depending on how they do it. But anyway, you have a scale issue, like everyone talks about all the houses are the small beach bungalows, so this is definitely going to stick out. On your driveway issue, as they do control all the properties, they can run a driveway, an easement across the back, and put a garage in the back, and plan everything around all that. So that's not really, to be frank, and that's a red herring if they say they can't do that. Let's see my little notes here. And then, like the manager said, you can just rip out the palm tree, put another palm tree 5 feet over or whatever, if that is your issue in saving in palm trees. Lot coverage, that's why historic design and downtown beach area design standards have to be really locked down tight. Like he says, they have wiggle room. They can give you a veiled threat that we could build an apartment building here, a big box or whatever, which, according to the rules, they can go 50%, floor area ratio and 2-story it off, and there you go. But this doesn't feel like it fits the vibe of what everyone's trying to do with the town. And this is, I think, my global perspective on it. It's just like, this doesn't quite hit the mark. And I wish you would take more time and really think of all the projects on all the parcels and try and get a global build-out plan on everything and go forward that way. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to address us on this project? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion and possible decision.
Chair Allen, excuse me, sorry, we have I believe one public commenter on Zoom.
I apologize for that. Yes.
Eileen, if you would like to do your public comment now, please unmute yourself.
She's having a power outage.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if the power outage has ended, but she texted me and told me that it was.
Right now we cannot hear you, but try muting yourself and muting yourself again.
While we're waiting to see if we can connect with Ms. Markuson, I'll just note that we did receive a public comment letter from Eileen Markuson.
You're still muted, so try Eileen coming in and out the call. Oh.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Eileen, we can hear you. Please go ahead and make your public comment.
Eileen, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I wanted to remind the project manager, George Manuris, that his father spoke, I don't know, a dozen years ago before the Planning Commission in connection with the Island Apartments project that is now currently Playa Beach Lodging. That is a short-term rental property on Linden at 3rd Street. And at the time, his father made an appearance, his father, Harry Manuris, and he went on record that the Kohlers were going to use the top floor of that property, that remodeled property, as a home. That is not taking, that didn't happen. That top floor is part of the 5-unit STR property. They did not move in and make it their permanent home. So when I hear Dylan Chappelle say that it is their plan to make it their home, I have to express my skepticism. I think the gentleman before me who described these parcels as a future hotel in disguise is right on the money. And I don't think the beach neighborhood needs any more short-term rentals. And that's all I've got for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else on Zoom?
If you would like to make a public comment about this item, please raise your hand. There is no more public comment at this time.
Okay, then now I will bring it back to the commission for discussion and possible action. Okay. Jane?
I'll be short, even though I'm tall. Okay. I live in this neighborhood, and there have been 3 now. This is the 3rd one, Kohler property, and another one has been approved. Anyway, I can't act on those that are closest to my house for fear of bribery, I guess. Wouldn't know how to do that, but now this house is 3,900 square feet. That isn't the average. That isn't the vibe, as Nathan says. It's just out of place. I really resent the backing out onto Linden because, you know, any planner knows you don't back out onto a major street. And they could have figured that out with a rear easement so easily. And because it isn't built, they could still do it. I just think these houses are too big, and they what they do is bootstrap on the last one. Oh, there's a house that's just like this one, and then it's a little bigger. That's just like that one, and then it's a little bigger. That's not a good argument. The area really does have a lot of small bungalow houses, and it's not to say you can't improve them, but this is too big, too large, too imposing, and also it is going to be short-term rentals for sure. So, yeah, well, it's my turn to talk. Fine, assumption, I don't care. But I think a lot of people have the same opinion. So, I'm not talking to you, George. I'm talking to the microphone here. I'm against this project. I want to deny it fully. I don't want to condition it or anything, just I deny it.
Excuse me, please hold applause. Commissioner LaFears, do you want to go next, or okay?
Okay. Appreciate the input tonight from commissioners and members of the public and the applicant. From my review of this project, I'm going to have a couple thoughts, but the project itself, I support. This project, heights are kept to a reasonable level in comparison to what we see elsewhere in this neighborhood and other parts of the city. It is a lot of square footage and a lot of bedrooms. I understand that. And to a large extent, I believe that property owners should be able to build the homes that they would like to build, assuming that it meets the criteria and zoning and design guidelines for the community. And this project does, including the DG5, I think it is, which is the second story setbacks from the first floor being less than 40% of the total square footage. That was I spent a lot of time on that at our last hearing, and I wanted to make sure we were there on this one. So it exceeds that. It meets and exceeds it on the favorable side for the city. So I'm good with that. I don't see that once this is, well, a couple other thoughts. The design and architecture of this project, the input that our ARB provided to this project along the way is positive. I think I expect this to be a very nice looking building, and I think there's no reason to believe that it won't be, based on what's in the information that's been provided from the applicant, as well as the work that is done in our community from similar projects. So when I review this project against the zoning requirements, the beach neighborhood design guidelines, setbacks, we're not asking for variances here. This project complies. It exceeds the requirements. There's a perception that this is way too big for the neighborhood, and it is a large home. And how it will be used in the future, I don't know. Perhaps we could all speculate on that, and but for me personally, I would rather not speculate. So I'm good with the project. I guess a couple thoughts I'd throw out for discussion by, obviously, other commissioners have different ideas on this project. We are rolling in the lot line adjustment. We're rolling in the demolition of the structure on the neighboring parcel. So this project, as it's before us, really does encompass activities on both parcels. And so a little interesting the way that has unfolded, but I understand the creation of these two lots makes sense. There is an opportunity with the lot line adjustment to create an easement to the back of the lot for some way to deal with the garage structure that doesn't front Linden. I don't see any reason why that couldn't be worked out. The project proponent owns both parcels, it's my understanding, and we're already doing a lot line adjustment. It could be done with either a modification of the lot line adjustment or a recorded easement for a driveway, either way. I don't see any real advantage to the owners of the property to have the garage on the front there facing Linden. It seems like it will be inconvenient, and it's not exactly consistent with what we see elsewhere along Linden. So that would, so I would suggest that be looked at. I don't see why that couldn't happen. It does a couple things. It avoids the conflict of traffic and avoids cars in the driveway, crossing the sidewalk on Linden, which is a busy sidewalk, protects the iconic palm tree, which I realize is just a palm and perhaps doesn't have the clout of the sycamore, but man, that's a big palm, and it is truly iconic, so we could protect that. I realize that results in a pretty significant design change. We're pretty far along in the project to be making these kind of design changes. I get that. Perhaps such a change with reconfiguration of the garage might ease concerns from some of the other commissioners with approving the project. I don't know, but seems doable to me. Aside from that, those two issues, really the garage and then the palm tree, I think it's a very nicely designed project. I think it fits on the lot. I don't think the mass, bulk, and scale is overwhelming, and I'm prepared to support the project. But I would like to hear further discussion on a adjustment to the lot line adjustment.
Yeah, I may conclude my comments a little later, but just briefly, I agree with most of what Commissioner LaFevers has said, but specifically and most importantly, I would really like to hear, if other commissioners agree, from the applicant. Well, we can hear later, but at any event, I think that it is entirely doable and appropriate to have an easement or a lot line adjustment that allows a garage at the rear. That simply makes so much sense. It's not a good design for a number of reasons on busy streets such as Linden to be backing out, as the neighbor testified this evening. It is not in keeping with our preferred streetscape design to have a garage of that much frontage, whether you calculate it one way or the other at by the garage door frontage distance or percentage. It would alleviate the need to remove the palm tree, which is part of the look of Linden Avenue, the aesthetics. But on the flip side, I do recognize that the size, bulk, and scale are well within what our city has determined to be appropriate guidelines for construction on a lot of this size, or proposed lot of this size. And the setback, as the applicant's representative pointed out, on the second story puts it back 40 feet. So the perceived bulk and scale of the residence is significantly reduced. I don't particularly like the architecture, the Spanish style for the beach town. I prefer Craftsman, but that's my preference, not a reason I would ever deny a project that was otherwise well designed and met ARB approval. I tend to defer to ARB on design issues, unless I find it appalling. So those are my thoughts. I would like to see it come back to us designed with a rear entrance, and with the comment that I would, don't find the actual square footage offensive. I do think that it's likely to be a short-term vacation rental. Our council has decided that we can have a certain number of them. This is the area of town where they're allowed. I'm not entirely happy with what that does. I don't like what it does to neighborhoods, but it has historically been in the beach area, an area where short-term rentals occur. It's a beach town neighborhood, so that is our plan, and that is what's allowed. And I never asked for council to come back, and perhaps it's appropriate to do so, and whether it's a subject that we could deny or not deny on solely on the basis of that use.
Yeah, Chair Allen. So regarding short-term rental regulation, as Nick noted, the city's code and LCP allow for short-term rentals, but it also has the short-term rental license program, which regulates the short-term rentals to avoid or mitigate impacts to the community. So the program is also fully prescribed, has a wait list. So in other words, short-term rentals are regulated uniformly through the license program rather than on a project-by-project basis. And the City Council adopted the ordinance to regulate short-term rentals in lieu of attempting to regulate them based on timing of a discretionary entitlement. I'd also just note that outright bans on short-term rentals in the coastal zone have been struck down by California courts. And so seeking to prohibit short-term rentals outright in the coastal zone here could also be challenged potentially as a violation of the Coastal Act.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I suspected that would be the case. So put in plain English, our hands are kind of tied to say, no, we don't want another short-term vacation rental.
Could I just add
coming up. Yeah, so I'll defer my further comments.
Pretty much go along with Glenn. The only part of the project that I didn't like when I reviewed it was the garages.
microphone?
Yeah, louder.
Okay. Well, the only part that I don't like about the project is the traffic situation with the garages, because that part of Linden it's got a lot of pedestrians and bikes and cars all at the same time. But beyond that, we denied a project on 8th Street because they wanted their garage in the front so that they could watch their kid play basketball. And we denied that project. They were really unhappy, but I kind of go along with Alan and Glenn on this one. The thing about, like the lawyer said, we have in place short-term rental guidelines and rules, and it's, they just can't pop up and use them. I mean, there's a certain amount of them that can be used, and that's reasonable. I don't have a problem with that. And another thing that you got to keep in mind is this new structure is probably going to cost over $1,000 a square foot. I mean, just a track home now is $1,000 a square foot, and it's not everybody and their mother that's going to show up here and rebuild this city for us, and it needs it. A lot of the housing stock in Carp is 30 plus years old or older, and it really needs to be rehabilitated. And so I feel, the callers have a good shot record. You might not like to hear that, but they do. Their projects have been good. The Island Apartments that was a low rent rendezvous. It was just Needle Park. I mean, it's a huge improvement to the city. Oh, I'll stick to the issue of the garage, but other than that, I could accept this project. And I think that in the end, it would look beautiful. They even ribbed the roof barge. That's expensive. The design's not cheap. They didn't cut. There's no cut back on any of it. So anyway, I said enough. Thanks.
Alexandra?
I'll try to be brief. One thing that I had meant to ask the applicant was sea level rise, and reason why, from what I could tell in the staff report, I didn't see that there was any discussion about that other than in the staff report that discussed it, but hadn't been, to my knowledge, the applicant. To me, it's common sense stewardship to take a look at utilities, flood-resistant ground floor materials, and not to rely on future armoring. So site drainage, foundations, that kind of thing. Linden Avenue warrants heightened sensitivity. I think that compatibility must consider the entire corridor, not just two neighborhoods. I think the project size and massing feels out of proportion to the nearby homes. The ground floor experience matters more than just the facade averaging that we had discussed earlier. We talked about the street tree. I think there's some real core design concerns, and they've got a number of policies that I'm prepared to quote here, but pretty much it comes down to excessive size, bulk, and scale. The garage dominant ground floor, I realize we did discuss that there's some ways to get around that. I think it has very weak pedestrian orientation as it stands. It's the street rhythm is off because of it. I'm not able to support the project. That's all I have.
Can I say a couple?
Okay. Just ask for a little. Well, first, perhaps among ourselves, we ought to see where we are. I mean, if I'm counting heads correctly, I think I see 3 that would like to see it come back with a design that would put the garage at the rear, and are otherwise okay with the basically the size and kind of design. I'm not sure about you, Jane. You're a no on size, bulk, and scale.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know you are, Alexandra, but I think we may have a majority that could make a recommendation for them to come back with a redesign that basically puts, I mean, I would say the whole of the structure no closer to the street, in my mind, but the garage to the rear with an easement or adjustment bringing the garage to the rear. Would you agree with that, John? Yeah. Okay. So I'd ask for staff to assist us in making that recommendation for the project.
Would that negate the property line adjustment?
My recommendation would be to leave that to the applicant to determine whether they want to do it by way of easement or lot line adjustment.
That's good.
Chair, you leave me the hard part, huh?
Well, I could do it, but I'll look to you as the expert.
Okay.
Planner.
So based off what I'm hearing from you and from Commissioners Moyer and Lefevers, such a motion would be something like to recommend continuance of the project to a future Planning Commission hearing with direction to the applicant to revise the project in such a way that the garage is relocated to the rear of the lot with access taken from Dorrance Way. The means for doing that are, at the discretion of the applicant, whether it's through an easement or a lot line adjustment. And, with the further condition or limitation that in the kind of readjustment of the site plan, the structure itself should not move any closer to Linden than where it's presently located, meaning that the 20-foot setback from the property line would be preserved, but the living area would be brought up to that 20-foot setback line rather than the garage being at that setback line.
As stated, is that okay with fellow commissioners, the two of us, the three of us? Glenn?
Yeah, I'm okay with that as a framework.
And I would add, just as a comment supporting our action, that as Glenn pointed out, we are acting on a project that involves both parcels. In other words, the demolition of it is clearly tied in more ways than one. So, okay. Ask for a motion?
Sure. So I'm going to take a little bit of liberty on this motion, but so I move to continue this item to a future Planning Commission meeting and to direct staff to work with the applicant to make adjustments such that as has been elaborated by our staff on the motion. I prefer to have staff reread the language into my motion here, but the intent is that the garage be relocated to the rear of the lot, the access to the garage be obtained from Dorrance Way, and the location of the footprint of the property remain essentially the same. So that's the intent of my motion, and I like Nick's specific language, so I would incorporate that into my motion, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Is that acceptable? Okay. I have a motion and a second, and discussion.
How do you vote on that? I mean, if we're...
We'll do a roll call vote.
No, I don't mean, how do you do it? You three have a good idea, and we're against the project.
Your mic.
Oh, shit. I did it, John Moyer. You three have a good idea, and we're opposed to the project. How do we vote on that?
Well, I would say that's up to you.
Well, thank you. That was a big help. All right, I'll introduce, I'll not second. Oh, you introduced a motion, so,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Anyone?
well, you're seconded.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Van Antwerp,
Deny.
Commissioner LaFevers,
Yes.
Commissioner Benefield,
No.
Vice Chair Moyer,
Yes.
and Chair Allen.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay. Thank you. Do we want a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break. Be right back.
I'll get my plans back from George before Joyce.
Okay, we are resuming the hearing. So if everybody will take a seat. Okay, we're now moving on to item number 3, the Verizon Wireless Communications Facility. Once again, it's time first for Commissioner ex parte communications. Any information they have we should all know? Okay, I assume everybody's seen the site.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went and talked to the owners of the Pacific Health. I talked to the husband and the wife at different times, and I looked at the back part of the store where they're concerned about some structural.
Okay. Nothing that's not already in their communications in the record? Nothing new, I mean, yeah, okay, thank you. So with that, we're ready for the staff presentation. Okay.
Chair Moyer, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Brett McNulty. I'm the planner for this project. It is a proposal by Celeste McGinnis on behalf of Centerline Communications and Verizon Wireless for the property located at 912 Linden Avenue, with other addresses including 944, 954, 962, and 970 Linden Avenue. This project is number is 252336. It is for a conditional use permit, a coastal development permit. Application was filed on March 6th of 2025 for approval of the installation of a new wireless community facility with screening on the rooftop of an existing single-story retail commercial building, including 2 new wireless antenna arrays adjacent to the sides of the existing Carpinteria clock tower. 1 new wireless antenna array at the south end of the building, and 1 battery and radio support equipment enclosure on the roof of an accessory structure at the rear of the building along Cactus Lane. Rooftop access letters and dedicated parking for an emergency generator truck, and installation of utility connections within the Cactus Lane public right-of-way under the provisions of Sections 6409A of the Federal Spectrum Act, the Carpinteria Municipal Code, Section 1422, Central Business District, Section 1444, Visitor Serving Highway Commercial Overlay District, Section 146210, Conditional Use Permit, Section 1456, Wireless Communications, and to approve an exemption pursuant to Sections 15301 and 15303 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. The application involves APN 003-263-029. I'm going to go over the existing setting along Linden Avenue. Wrong way. So first, we have an aerial of the site location, which I think we all know of. This aerial depicts the footprint of the proposed project components. This first, where the first arrow is pointing at, is the proposed wireless facility that will be mounted at the side of the existing clock tower, and the second wireless facility that will be located on the other side, to the north and east, and I guess to the north and west, the previous one. The other antenna that will be located at the south corner of the building is shown here. The wireless support equipment enclosure is located here, and there's a little tiny yellow rectangles that represent the ladders. The first ladder is behind the fence. It'll access the rooftop of this accessory building where the equipment is at. And this ladder goes from the top of the accessory building to the rooftop itself. And then the last arrow is pointing towards a work that's going to be conducted in the right-of-way of Cactus Lane, where there'll be an excavation, the extension of of conduit to access existing utility cable and power. The next few slides are going to be of the existing setting, photographs of the site. You see 912 Linden Avenue from perspective of Linden and Carpinteria Avenue, and then from Carpinteria Avenue itself there on the right. This perspective on the lower left is from Linden Avenue towards the center of the block, looking back towards the north, towards the back of the clock tower. And the one on the right is from across the street, looking straight on to the clock tower and the building. This gives you a perspective on the clock tower itself with a zoom-in shot of the Carpinteria clock, spelling out Carpinteria, in case any of you didn't see that before. This is another perspective from Linden, from the sidewalk in front of Pacific Market, looking towards the clock tower, and then a bit closer, looking at the clock tower, again from the sidewalk on both shots. This is a perspective looking west from Cactus Lane towards the location of the proposed installations, which that van is sitting right next to the accessory building where the equipment will be located, and then above those windows all the way at the south end of the building there is where the antenna will be on top of the roof, located there with the ladders there, and I'll show you those in just a minute. Actually, right now. This is the photo simulations that are provided from the applicant, and I want to stop here for a second and explain that these photo simulations are of the project that was recommended for revision by the ARB. So the ARB comments have been integrated into the photo simulations that you're going to see right now. So on the top is the existing tower, and at the bottom you'll see that there's been the two structures have been added. They have architectural designs meant to mimic the tower. There's been some changes to make those installations smaller and to make them blend better into the clock tower itself. This is back to the perspective view from Linden Avenue. It's kind of zoomed out in Carpinteria Avenue. I'm going to use the zoom here so you can see the difference in that installation. You can see it kind of goes under the tree there, but this is the clock tower, this is the wing that's the architectural wing, and then another architectural wing that has the horizontal lines, and then the new antenna next to it there. And then you can see it kind of peeking out from behind on this side. And turn this off. Thank you. Another perspective from Linden Avenue, and it's really close to 9th Street, where you have the Tory Shops at the south end of the building.
Sorry, can you speak a little closer?
Oh.
I'm having people hearing you online.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So this is the view from Linden Avenue near 9th Street, looking at the south end of the building near Torrey Avenue, and you they thread the needle here with the depiction of the proposed clock tower there, and so we're looking right there, and then you can kind of see it peeking around behind the tree there, so you can see the box that's back there. This next slide shows that similar perspective from Cactus Lane, and then it has the proposed antenna and equipment installation on the accessory building. The upper roof ladder, I believe, is right here, and they've got it stealthed. But I'll ask the applicant during their presentation to kind of clarify that, if that's right. But it's the roof ladder is located in this location, and that would be concealed and locked so that people cannot go up there unless they have authorization to do so. This is a view from Carpinteria Avenue across the about to be a new restaurant, showing the view of the site, which goes behind the tree and doesn't really give us a perspective on that site. So the project history, as I stated before, the application was submitted on, actually it was March 6th, 2025. Upon review, staff asked for additional items, including revised technical studies addressing RF, historical analysis, and the clock tower, and they were provided by the applicant. The applicant and staff entered coordination regarding the designs that were submitted, with staff providing several rounds of comments to the applicant to help them understand the site and to address some of the issues that were identified regarding design and compatibility issues with the architectural elements, and then to try to ensure that concealment was provided for all installations. At the October 16, 2025 ARB meeting, the ARB identified these key issues related to the structure: the visual impact of the building's character and frontages. The compatibility findings could not be made with the design that was being submitted at that time. They wanted a study of by Verizon of what it would do to their capacity by moving the antennas forward to the center of the building while still meeting project objectives. And they wanted them to demonstrate that improvements could not diminish historical integrity of the building and the clock tower. And they expressed concern regarding existing deferred maintenance, citing the non-functioning clock and lighting and crumbling masonry around the building facade. The applicant conducted its review of the comments by the ARB, and they returned back with a revised project proposal to the ARB, and this include reduction in the size of the number of clock of antennas aside the clock tower, and they brought the height down on the tower fins. They took off one previously proposed antenna that was going to set on top of that second fin and mimic that fin. They took that off, and they lowered the height of the installation that I just pointed out to you next to the clock tower, that antenna. The antenna installation at the south corner of the building was moved back from the corner of the building, which is where it was located before. It was located all the way up to the edge of the building, so it made like a tower effect at the corner as seen from the Tory shops and the south end of the building. So they changed that by moving it back, and they reduced its height slightly from 8 feet 10 inches to 8 foot 4 inches. The proposed 6-foot panel antennas, 2 at each antenna array location, were removed from that was part of the version of the ARB first meeting proposal. They replaced them with a different, smaller antenna model that only requires one antenna at each array location. So they went from proposing 6 of these down to 3 total antennas of a smaller size. The equipment enclosure was increased in height from 7 feet to 8 feet, and so that that it could better accommodate structural improvements requiring an H frame that would go underneath the equipment. And then one new wireless electrical meter was included inside the electrical box that the number of wireless radios were reduced from 3 to 6 total for that proposal. The ARB came back with a recommendation for approval with additional comments about the design of the project. They wanted to see revisions to address inaccuracies in the roof plans and architectural elevations. They wanted to see the antennas set back further from the edge of the building to better complement the clock tower and reducing the size of the installations at the south side of the building, the antenna and equipment enclosures, to reduce the visual impacts adjacent to the Tory Gate Shops area. They wanted to see the applicant extend the shielding enclosures to entirely enclose the antennas to ensure that they are not visible from adjacent vantage points anywhere around the building, including the street side and from adjacent buildings, and moving the lower roof access ladder behind the existing fence at the rear of the building to reduce visual clutter. The revised project has taken into account the ARB recommendations as follows. The clock tower and the clock will be repaired and painted as part of the project. The revised roof plan, which is a part of your Planning Commission packet, shows that the inaccuracies in the previous depictions of the existing clock tower and proposed new antenna setbacks from the edge of the north corner roof line have been met. The clock tower antennas set back from the edge of the building and include a consistent crown features to better complement the clock tower's architectural articulation, which was one of the early comments from staff that the ARB supported and moved forward. The clock tower antennas further reduced in size from 5 feet wide to 4 feet wide and lowered in height again by 4 inches to be 11 inches lower than the adjacent clock tower fins, which before it was 6 inches below, or excuse me, 5 inches below. And to total maximum height of 25 feet, 5 inches above ground. Continuing on, as a result, in the overall vertical height and width of the enclosures, they also reduce the visual widening effect of the originally proposed installation. To explain that for just briefly, when you put a taller box next to other articulated downward tower, you put in a wide one at the bottom, it serves to widen the effect of the visual and takes away for, especially in a small tower, you start to widen it out, it gets wider and it becomes less of a tower. The applicant responded to that by removing the one installation off the one wing and reducing it down quite a bit and backing it away from the edge, so it would appear to be more away from the actual tower and provide distance vertically and horizontally. So to accommodate the new alpha and gamma installations, and I'm referring to the clock tower installations, a new RACAP radio would be installed to the rear of the existing clock tower, and it would be hidden from view by the new enclosures. All installations are to be hidden from views, as I just said. Overall, the applicant has proposed that the area of construction be reduced from the originally proposed 305 square feet by 36 square feet to 269 square feet. Conditions of approval also require maintenance and CDD monitoring of the work to ensure protection of the clock tower and to ensure that installations, including that south antenna, are done with permits, structural standards, so that the city engineer is reviewing it and planning staff will be reviewing it, and that's part of the conditions of approval. For the regulatory setting, moving into the Spectrum Act, the Federal Spectrum Act, Section 6409 establishes a shot clock for state and local governments to approve or deny applications for the modification or installation of certain wireless facilities. If a local authority, the city in this case, fails to act within the specified time frame, the application can be deemed granted, effectively streamlining the deployment of wireless infrastructure, which is the intent of the Spectrum Act. Currently, the shot clock expires on the date of this Planning Commission hearing, actually tomorrow. Approval of the conditional use permit would ensure that the project complies with the Carpinteria General Plan and Municipal Code regulations regarding telecommunications while complying with the requirements of the Spectrum Act. If there is a denial of the project, it cannot limit the wireless service as determined by the FCC in coordination with the telecommunications providers. For Carpinteria zoning code consistency, the applicable standards for this project include a granting of a permit will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the neighborhood. The proposed use must be consistent with the coastal land use plan, the general plan, and any applicable specific plans. We also have that the proposed use will not cause substantial environmental damage or inadvertently or substantially injure fish, wildlife, or their habitat. Any other conditions which are reasonably necessary to protect the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare. Carpinteria Municipal Code Section 155610, wireless communications purpose and intents. I'm going to do water now. The applicable standards are preserve the small town character in all physical features of the city, protect against visual impacts in order to preserve the area's unique coastal resources, allow for development of wireless communications facilities designed to provide adequate reception in the city, considering its unique size and environmental constraints, and to avoid creation of or maintenance of areas of the city in which acceptable wireless communications services cannot be provided. To treat wireless communication service providers equally and without regard to the technology upon which they rely. Section 145650, location criteria for all wireless facilities. The standards applicable here, wireless communications providers are encouraged to construct and site their wireless communications facilities in anticipation of co-location and similar facilities on the same site. New wireless communications facility shall be located a minimum distance of 1,320 feet or a quarter mile from the closest facility, and the location of wireless communications facilities are encouraged in, there's supposed to be the word commercial, industrial, and utility zones. In section 145670, development criteria, this really gets to the gist of the installation. The addition of new architectural features on an existing building to conceal antenna shall not be negatively affect the architectural design of the building or how it blends into the environment. Building mounted facility shall architecturally blend with the structure to avoid the appearance of a wireless facility. Colors, textures, and materials shall be consistent with those on the existing structure. All mechanical equipment associated with the operation of the wireless communications facility shall be located within or concealed in conformance with, which I lost myself there for a second, no exposed conduit, wire, cables, or similar appurtenances shall be permitted other than the facilities that are located within or concealed by the structure on which the facility is located. General plan policies that speak to this in the land use element, community design element, sub-area 2 and 2A. The open space, recreation, and conservation elements speak on preserving small town character, providing services to businesses, which could be extended to wireless services, architectural designs based on historic regional building types should be encouraged and preserve and enhance character. New development that may disturb, in this case, historically valuable sites, the careful review, and then the noise and circulation element has applicable objectives and policies to address potential construction and operations of the facility. In regards to the environmental review of the project, the applicant submitted two analyses of potential that address the potential impacts to historic structures in this case, and radio frequency engineering analysis. The building is determined to be let me back up. The applicant's consultant is a an architectural historian, and reviewed the project for whether it qualified for registration as such under the National Register of Historic Places and the criterion A. The California Register of Historical Resources under Criterion 1, and a City Structure of Merit, which is Criterion 6 of those, the California National Register criterion. The consultant concluded that the project will not impair the historic resource, since it will adhere to the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating historic structures. All that said, that document is essentially the building and construction engineering document that has to be followed whenever a designated historic structure is being considered for alteration. The radio frequency engineering analysis submitted by the applicant was reviewed by staff, and we found that it demonstrates that the revised facility, which approval would be granted, will continue to meet all applicable FCC emission standards. However, at the same time, the conditions of approval address these issues to greatly ensure that they will be implemented during the project. So the conditions of approval in Attachment A, Exhibit 3 to your staff report requires long-term repair and maintenance of the antennas and the clock tower, as we discussed earlier. Building and public works permits are required for meeting structural engineering and for work in the public right-of-way. Circulation plan will be required to minimize construction impacts to businesses and visitors. And Community Development Department will be monitoring the work to ensure protection of the clock tower. And we're also requiring that before the utility comes into operation, we will be having a independent consultant verify the initial RF emission related to the project, and ensure that they comply with the FCC standards, which speak to public health in regards to telecommunications facilities. So staff's recommendation on this project is that you adopt Resolution PC 2602, thereby approving project 25-2336 CUP-CDP to allow installation of a new wireless communications facility on an existing multi-tenant commercial building, including the installation of 3 4-foot wide, 6-foot 5-inch tall wireless telecommunications antennas, 3 wireless radios, 3 surge protection radios and associated rooftop equipment, and outdoor screening materials to visually shield the antennas. Accept the CEQA exemptions proposed in the staff report and adopt the findings in Attachment A, Exhibit 1, and the conditions of approval as proposed in Attachment A, Exhibit 3, which is, again, staff's recommendations, or direct staff otherwise as listed below. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is here and is ready to make a presentation at your discretion.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions by the commission? I have one, or maybe one. It's under development criteria, the colors, textures, and materials of the new enclosures for the wireless facilities are to be consistent with the existing structure. Correct?
Yes.
One thing I have sometimes observed in some installations is that although the colors may be somewhat similar, the apparent requirement for permeability or the actual structures used to enclose wireless facilities, while there might be an attempt to be the same color, are not really identical, and you can sometimes clearly see that they're not identical. So I'm wondering about the condition, and I will be asking the applicant if this is acceptable, that the exterior surface be identical to what is there. And if that's stucco, that means stucco on the outside, for example.
Yes.
So I'll be asking that question, and perhaps you can answer whether that's the case.
Our understanding of the material that's being used is it's a vinyl that's been infused with fiberglass and textured to look like stucco, and can be colored identically to the stucco so that it provides complete stealth. The crowning structure is part of the molding. They go ahead and produce that. So as you look back, and I'll let the applicant speak to this as well. If we go back to, excuse my run here, let's see if one that's got the closest look, I guess, is this one. Let me zoom in on that. But then I'll let Celeste McGinnis, kind of speak to this with more authority. I do know that in the history of, you can see the crown that extends right there, that they're matching this crown up here and the one up here. That the technology for stealthing these enclosures is getting better. And I've seen ones that in the past that I understand your concern about too. So, but they've demonstrated that they have the technology, and if it doesn't meet the conditions of approval in the project description, we're going to work with them until it does. So that would be.
And just
So-
to
go ahead.
add to this, Chair Allen, right, this is typically the type of thing that we would look at and ask the applicant to come to the final ARB meeting with sufficient details to show, these final kind of colors, materials, textures, that sort of thing. So, those are the types of details that typically get ironed out during final ARB, but, at the commission's discretion, you're certainly welcome to include additional language that specifically requires that.
I'm wondering, within the context of the permit that we can grant this evening, whether the conditions of approval could require it to return to us, say, at 2 or 3 year intervals for a look at consistency of the materials to assure the compatibility that is required.
Through the chair, or Chair Allen, I think that is an option. I want to go back and look through the conditions because I have a recollection that we put some kind of recurring monitoring language in there, but I don't recall at what
You
level.
did, but it wasn't to planning commission level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just-
Okay, that's all the questions I have at the moment. Oh, I do have one other, and that's simply staff. I know there was some discussion of it, but and I know the applicant presented information on the potential for placement of these facilities across Carpinteria Avenue at some of the commercial buildings there. And is staff fully supportive of their conclusions that this is the necessary location to provide service?
Yeah, the analysis that they did appears to be comprehensive. They contacted property owners. They're limited by direct line of service for 5G antennas, and I'll let them explain that in better detail. There are RF engineers here as well, but they appear to have followed the requirements by law on doing alternatives investigations, and they have a map that shows that they're going to show that shows all the locations and the reasons why they did not choose that site. They got to have willing landowners. It's not a proper installation area. It couldn't be done. So they did follow that requirement, and it's explained very well in their location document.
Okay. And one other thing, there is the statutory desire for sites to be selected that are suitable for co-location. I'd suggest that this is a site that will never be suitable for co-location of future facilities, and that seems to me be a concern once one approves at a particular location. So just can staff can comment on our ability to preclude any additional co-location of facilities at this site?
That is a good question. They're going to, the conditions of approval will require that the wiring be made sufficiently, the enclosures be made sufficient in size to allow a co-location. It will be up to the applicant of any future proposal to come in and make their case on how that could work with our city's telecommunications regulations, because they have to meet all those regulations too on a separate facility.
So,
Okay.
so
John?
that's addressed by conditions of approval number 25. This is co-location. The applicant shall avail its facility to other wireless communication providers.
That's correct.
So that's where that's at.
Well,
It doesn't give them a permit, if I may clarify, through the chair.
I guess the question is there space within the proposed structures to allow for co-location, or would that depend upon the nature of additional antennas? What's the likelihood of that?
I'm only an expert on local wireless as far as engineering antennas that could fit into the enclosures that are being recommended here. That would be another question for the applicant. So,
I have a question.
Any additional, Jane?
About the 2 parking spaces for the health food store, they are required to have 2 spaces, and they're usurping one for this telecommunications project. How does that work for the health food store?
I need the applicant to step up for this one, but it's my understanding that's already a no parking zone in that location where they intend to. That's my understanding from the application material. So that's something we would need to clarify and ensure that we keep the parking spaces that are allotted. So, I mean, that could be a part, since it's part of our project description, we can make sure that we're not affecting the businesses, which is also what's required in our circulation plan that we're requiring. So I think that will be a vehicle for us to work out parking if there's an impact.
Okay. John?
Was a structural analysis of the building done?
Yes, there was. And the analysis was of the location sites themselves, on the ability of the building to hold the structure that's being proposed, and then they provided the frames that would that are being proposed in that location. I need to fall back to, despite that, the city would be looking for the applicant to submit fully engineered plans that would meet the building code, that if any issues regarding the structure are applicable in that building, that the city would require that be addressed before anything could get constructed, before a permit would be issued for building.
And they say that they will not disrupt the businesses at all. Is that correct?
We have a condition of approval that requires, actually the circulation condition that I mentioned requires that businesses that, to the extent possible, they're not going to have to adjust their hours and they're not going to interfere with people coming into their businesses during regular business hours. So the circulation plan will have to figure out how to address. There will probably be scaffolding on the side of the building. They'll have to address how pedestrians are going to get in and out of the restaurant and the stores, and present it to the city for Public Works and Community Development Department review.
Through the chair, I'd also just remind the commission that this is also something that the tenants and Verizon and the landlord can discuss and negotiate amongst themselves as well if there is going to be any kind of disruption of business activity temporarily during construction. Right, some of this is kind of a private landlord-tenant type arrangement to a degree.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions, Alexandra? Okay.
Can you better explain to me how the applicant demonstrated that the specific configuration represents the least intrusive means for addressing their service objectives, particularly as we look as required by our one of our CMC codes, which you had already discussed. But I want to make sure where I'm going with this is I want to make sure that this is not merely a convenient location or a preferred one, because when I was looking through the scope of alternatives analysis, which you referred to earlier, I believe you stated that was done by Verizon, correct?
That is correct.
And that's okay. You go ahead.
Okay. Through Chair Allen, Commissioner Van Antwerp, yes, we reviewed their study and it meets the requirements. We asked them for clarifications and they provided a revised document with more details as to the conclusions that were made. There was a site, this kind of speaks to your question, that's why I mention it. There was a site up at Eugenia Place that They were asked to review. They've submitted the reason for not choosing that location as well. There's an existing facility within a quarter mile, and it doesn't give them the line of sight and distance that they require for their 5G signals in that in an area that they identified in their mapping as being a deficient zone for indoor and in-car signals. As far as the ideal location, it wasn't. We asked them, the ARB asked them to look at moving the antennas back away from the corner of the building so it would be less visible. Verizon looked at that and determined that their signals couldn't breach the parapet enough to get down into serving people on street levels or in their cars. That's how direct 5G line of service is. It seemed to be a good approach to stealthing the antennas was to conceal them as an architectural feature. As far as it being the highest and best location, it's kind of subjective, but they did meet all the requirements that we have. And so we are recommending approval.
Okay. I can ask them more specifically, but in the alternatives analysis, what I have showed, I think, 13 sites that were looked at. Out of the 13, and you know, I apologize, but my the staff report, I think there's a pagination issue, so I don't have it right in front of me since I don't have it online right now, but when I was reviewing it, I reviewed all 13 sites, and it looked like 3 or 4 were due to a pitched roof, so it couldn't have been a site anyway. Then the remainder, it was a landlord issue for one reason or another, and then that led us down to 1 out of 13. So my question is, how many rooftops were actually looked at overall, and will the applicant be going through that in more detail?
I think that's an appropriate question for the
Okay.
applicant, absolutely. Oh, sure.
And then for the city, and maybe this is for the applicant as well, but we have the Veterans Memorial Hall in the library. That's county property, correct? Couldn't that be I guess I'd have to ask Verizon, but it would be awfully nice if there was a way, if it works out with their frequencies. That would be ideal, because then the city would be able to obviously collect the rent from it. So I'm really kind of zeroing in on this aspect of it. So I thought I'd ask you the questions first, and that gives Verizon a chance.
Sure.
So thank you.
We didn't propose as staff any different locations, knowing that the owner of the property and Verizon are in an agreement to propose it on this site. And so our task in this regards is to review a project for a conditional use permit for that property. We looked at the alternatives they looked at per law, and it seems to have done what it was supposed to do, but that's a legitimate question again for the applicant.
Okay, I'll wait for that. And then, I'm a little concerned about one issue, and I watched both of the ARB meetings, and at the first one, I think in October that I watched, we had quite a few people here. Second one, nobody from the public. So I'm trying to figure out if that's an issue for us procedurally, because I think that the commission needs to, in their findings of approval, make sure that there was adequate noticing. So I'm just wanted to reaffirm so that I know that that's been done.
Yes, we have our procedures per the municipal code. We followed them. We got our list from the, of APNs and occupants from the county assessor's office. We printed, we have the applicant bring the labels, but I went through and checked every single parcel to be sure that it was addressed and it had a mailing label that would go out to them. And then we mail out the notice of the meeting to them through those requirements. And it's checked by administrative staff and ensured that it goes out on time. So, and my experience, yes, it's a very important thing that we do, public noticing. We notice the owners within 300 feet and occupants within 100 feet of the project, and that's per city statute, per the municipal code.
If I may add, there are other noticing requirements imposed by law that you also presumably followed.
We follow our requirements for public noticing.
Just for the members of the public, could you specify what that is?
Well, for this project, for an ARB meeting, for this meeting, those are the requirements. There are no outside requirements to be met yet until we have for this one is, we submit a notice of exemption for the environmental review.
I'm just talking about notices of hearing that are available to the public.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair Allen. They're posted in the newspaper and in the kiosk box outside at the library.
We also post our meeting agendas and notices on our city website, and more recently are leveraging social media channels through our PIO, Public Information Officer, to get word out there through Facebook, Instagram, and so forth. So we go above and beyond what the legal requirements are for noticing.
So the tenants were all properly noticed for
I don't think
both ARB meetings?
I don't think we can guarantee that every tenant is noticed.
That's all right, okay.
It's a quirk of how the noticing comes from, or the labels come from the county assessor's office. But we make every effort to get the word out there. And I, too, wondered why we had a healthy turnout for the first meeting, but no members of the public attend the second one.
Okay, all right. I'm also, let's see. Did you evaluate for the potential cumulative impacts? I know we talked about co-location, but is there? I guess I'm concerned. This is maybe a broader issue, but I guess it has to do more with the CEQA exemption. Have we evaluated and thought of the combined effect of similar rooftop wireless facilities over time in the downtown core in particular, because I know there's a density issue for the service to actually work?
Yes, as mentioned before, we have a section of our code that requires there to be a quarter-mile distance between facilities, co-located facilities, which could have multiple installations on them. The RF analysis is a type of cumulative analysis. So they make sure that the signal is appropriate to the setting in regards to FCC standards. And I'll let them speak to that because they have their engineer here. But in reviewing the analysis that's in the staff report, it appears to demonstrate that those rules have been addressed, and yet we took our our conditions of approval a little bit further to add in independent engineering monitoring first before it goes active to make sure it's at the right level, and then regular check-ins with staff as part of the conditions of approval to make sure that nothing's changed, that our settings haven't changed. So
Great.
that's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Glenn?
One quick one, I promise. The part of this project, thanks to all of the efforts of staff and ARB, includes, repair of the clock tower, painting of the clock tower, and according to the conditions of approval, the facade of the building will be repaired and painted. I'm just curious about the scope of that. I've heard, and I really, about crumbling masonry or whatever. So when we say we're painting and repairing the clock tower and the facade, is that the Linden Avenue facade? Is it the entire building? Does it include the Carpinteria Avenue facing part of the facade? Just curious what staff's understanding and the applicant's understanding is of the scope of that work.
Do you have the condition of approval number on that?
Condition number 5, it's on page 3 of the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you. It's just, if we could take just a look at that and see if we can.
Through the chair, Commissioner Lefevers, the condition as it's currently written isn't more specific than the facade and the clock tower. So I would say at minimum our expectation would be the Linden Avenue facade in its entirety. Certainly open to ideas if the commission thinks we need to go above and beyond that, but that would certainly be the most visible, elevation of the building and what I think we were concerned with trying to address.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Are there any additional questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to address us. Oh, here we go. And if you'd please let us know who you are.
Hi, good evening. I'm Celeste McGinnis. I'm from Centerline Communications on behalf of Verizon Wireless. And this is Josh Ehrlich, and he's from Verizon. He's the RF engineer. So I do have a presentation, and I'm going to kind of adjust it to try to touch base a little bit more in depth on some of the concerns. If I miss some of them, I'm here for questions and to kind of not elaborate more on ones that Brett has already discussed. Okay, thank you. But the main reason that Verizon wants to bring this site is to bring broadband services for underserved areas, provide safety for the community, especially at times when network is overloaded, and provide emergency services with tools to run operations appropriately. The site is important for public safety and communications, and I just appreciate the time being able to speak. Oh, let's see. Okay, I didn't realize I moved it. Sorry about that. The first slide I'm going to be showing here is the coverage maps, and there is a little graph up at the top that has green, which is in building coverage, yellow, which is in vehicle coverage, and then red is the outdoor coverage. On the left side, you can see what the current coverage is, and right here is where the proposed location is, and then after the installation, this is the area for the proposed location. This is a broader view. I didn't realize I scrolled down too far. And so the second one just shows it up closer, just so you can kind of see that. And like Brett did mention, we did provide an RF report to the submittal that shows what the coverage is on that and that we're in compliance. This slide just goes over the municipal code compliance and things that we have done and things that are in compliance with the code. The zoning, the site being where it's located is a location that's approved, or it's a, sorry, I don't know, I can't talk. It's a recommended location. The height, we're not proposing any additional height. The design and screening, the antennas are concealed with architecturally compatible screening. It is the FRP that was mentioned before, and we do screen and paint to match what's already there. We have, for the placement, the parapet mounted antennas are consistent with the city design standards. The visual impact, we really reduced and worked with the city on reducing that, just to have a better visual impact. The location, we did try to minimize everything that we could, and then as well as we needed to be at least a quarter of a mile away from another facility. I do have some photo sims here, and Brett did share them, and this shows the existing in the top left corner. The bottom left corner shows the location of where it's at, and just for reference. And then we have our first proposal, a second proposal on the bottom, and then the top right is our final of how that looks of the clock tower. You can see down Linden Avenue, the backside, we did end up enclosing the FRP screening, just so from any side of the, anywhere you view it, you don't see the antennas. This is the backside off of Cactus Avenue, and you can see the first or the existing, what it looks like right now, the first proposal, the second proposal, and the current one. And we did move the ladder. There's a ladder right here. We did move it around the corner upon recommendation. And as far as the parking spot goes, we just typically will have it listed in our drawings of, Verizon will have listed in their drawings for emergency parking, but it's not something that's taking up any parking spots. It's, I mean, we'll park in the street if there's an emergency. It's not something that happens hopefully often or ever needed, but they do like to know where they can park if there is an emergency. And then this is down the street a little bit more, looking at the backside of the clock tower with, current and then the proposed. And then this one, which when it was showed before, I do walk the streets. This right here is kind of in the way, or this tree, sorry, is in the way of seeing the after, but the proposed, the view is not, we really did, Verizon tried to minimize it. My alternative site list that I do have, I understand that as someone who lives here, you guys have ideas and things that would like to be suggested. And Eugenia Place was one of the ones that the ARB did recommend last time. And we did look at that, and it's just too close to an existing location. As far as going from the top one all the way down, let's see. Verizon did review a wide range of existing buildings, towers, and potential new facilities located in the surrounding area to improve wireless coverage and support reliable emergency communications. Each site was evaluated based on location, technical performance, property availability, and compatibility with surrounding uses. Some locations were not suitable because they were too far from the area experiencing service issues, while others could not be pursued due to property availability or technical limitations. After extensive outreach and an evaluation, no alternative site was identified that could adequately meet the coverage needs. The first three were candidates that were very interested at one point, and we've visited them. We've tried working with them. One thing or another, it didn't work through. The rest, there was a lot of just landlords are not interested. So it could be a perfect location, but if a landlord is not interested, then there's nothing we can do. Or if we don't get a response, and when we don't get a response, we do reach back out multiple times, whether it's by email if we have an email, a phone number, but we don't want to be intrusive, or if it's a letter that we send out just of intent and interest, just to see if there's any interest. There was a county property that we did, and in reaching out to the county through email and the phone number, we just didn't have anyone that was willing to help us find who we needed to speak with on that property. So I don't have that list of who was actually spoken with or emails that went out, but that is something that we did work on. And then this is just a map of the locations that were reviewed, just to kind of see generally. The green right here is the proposed location. And so we looked at different areas, and that's what, we have a willing landlord at this location. So that did make a difference in moving forward. The timeline of the project, we started looking in the spring of 2024 to fill this service gap. And the radio frequency engineer did review the locations, and there was discussions on, yes, the roof pitch, because some of them just are not going to work for antennas. And then letters of interest were sent out to anyone that fell within the range that could possibly work. And again, the current property owner showed interest. The planning was submitted in March of 2025, and we've been working with the planning department on any revisions that were needed and additional design changes, just to try to meet what would work for everyone that's here. And then there was the ARB meeting in October and another one in December, and then we're here for the Planning Commission now. Just in conclusion, I appreciate the commission's time, staff's time, and the community's participation in this process. We do review and read any of the letters that come in. We try to work with what we can. And so I do appreciate that. We have worked carefully with the staff and the ARB to address concerns where feasible while maintaining the functionality required to provide the service. But based on the project's compliance with the municipal code, the design refinements made in response to feedback, and the demonstrated service need, we just definitely, respectfully request the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project, subject to conditions of approval. So, thank you for your time.
Are you available for questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I have a question.
Jane?
Let's start at this corner. These alternative sites you looked at, other than the ones that are just not feasible, how much effort did you put into getting in touch with people who didn't respond or hesitated or whatever? Because it seems like it could be a more concerted effort, but I don't know. What did you go through?
Excuse me. We typically will send out a letter. 2 weeks later, we'll do a certified letter, and then we'll start looking for emails, phone numbers. We'll reach out if we have those phone numbers, emails, send another certified letter, and then we just kind of evaluate at that point if we've had any interest or if we need to keep reaching out. We do have people that live close by that will try to stop by if it's like in a neighborhood, not at home. Residential homes. We didn't look at that, but that will stop by and just see if there's any interest.
I guess I would ask you to have been more assertive about this, plus maybe bigger compensation for some nearby sites. I don't know. Yeah, that's the main question I had. So thanks.
Okay.
The commissioners have any additional questions? John?
Yeah, I asked about a structural analysis, and you evidently did a structural analysis?
Absolutely. That was one of the requirements for planning submittal. We ended up having to resubmit one. Again, once it goes into building, it'll have to be, if there's any reinforcements need, it's going to have to be approved through the building department. But yes, we did submit structural analysis.
So if a part of this building is deemed structurally unsafe, then what do you do?
it depends on what that part is that's unsafe, if it's something that Verizon's able to remedy. But they're not going to build on a structure that is not structurally sound.
Because there's I've heard a lot of comment about this. The building has been let go for a long time, and the owner's very old, and it's an issue that. And then we've got a health food store there,
Right.
and you gotta. I mean, this is not referring to RF, but this is going to be detrimental to their business just off the cuff. So.
Detrimental just having the wireless antennas there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's. I'm not entering into the argument about RF at all. It's just that a certain percentage of their clientele will probably stop going there. So how do you compensate for that?
I mean, personally, I don't know how you would compensate for someone. I can't speak. I haven't worked on a project where that has been the outcome. Definitely don't want that to be the outcome.
Oh. Okay. That's all I got.
We are where we are, but as far as I'm aware, it's just one county building. What was the county building you looked into?
Oh, let's see.
That'd be the veteran.
It was on 941 Walnut Avenue.
Veterans.
That's the Veterans
Yes.
Building, which did have
Yes.
a wireless facility at one time many, many years ago, but
Mhm.
I can't find any evidence that it's still in operation.
Yeah, I guess my only comment would be someone at the county is woefully negligent and not at least responding and saying, no, we don't want it, or we do. It seems that there should have been able to find somebody at the county to
Right.
be responsive. I'm kind of appalled at that one.
And it very well, when we found the one interested candidate, we start focusing on that one candidate and don't continue reaching out. And we did end up reaching out after conversations with Brett at the beginning on needing a strong alternative. And it's like, we've reached out, so we wanted to reach out again to not every candidate, because some were already like, no, we're absolutely not interested. But the ones that we didn't get contact from, we tried.
I get it. I'm just quite surprised at seeing the county on the list of no response. And then, as I said in questions to staff, I've seen various wireless facilities where I'm sure good faith attempts have been made to match materials to the existing materials that just have not worked. Sunfade changes the material that you have versus the material that is there. Aging of the material changes the color, whatever. Staff mentioned that techniques may be improving, but I'd appreciate your comments on, what you're going to have there and how you anticipate matching it truly to what is there.
Okay, well, the screening wall that is being proposed is an FRP. Oh, sorry, I always mix up my words. Fiber reinforced plastic. I'm sorry, I always mix that up. It's a lightweight, durable composite material made of polymer resin reinforced with fibers, usually fiberglass. It's used that way the antennas can actually penetrate through, because anything different, like if we were to match it completely with stucco, it's not going to match, or it's not going to be able to penetrate through. One of the equipment area in the back, it's going to be more the match of the building. But as far as the FRP, the screening walls for where the antennas are, they're painted and matched as best as possible. I don't have an example with me to show, but we've been very successful at matching those with the color. And especially with Verizon, if they're going to be painting the building and fixing the tower, they're definitely, it's a lot easier to make sure that the colors match.
Okay. And I would hope you wouldn't have any concern with the condition of approval that requires you to return here to, so that we can, it requires you to return in a couple of years for us to evaluate that the screening has still performed its function of matching.
Yeah, as a condition of approval, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Any questions, any other questions of the applicants? Okay, no? Okay. Well, if you can finish your presentation, I'll I will move on and open the hearing to the public,
right.
beginning with
Thank you.
Francis Brand. And I'll ask you to try to keep your comments to 3 minutes, please, everybody.
Yes, sir. All right. I'm a longtime supporter of Pacific Health Foods, multi-generational Carpinteria business that has served our community when we needed them most. During COVID and in the years beyond, they showed up for residents in a way that went far beyond commerce. Pacific Health Foods is not just a store. It's a community hub and a trusted gathering place. For that reason, I do not understand how the city can agree to place a cellular tower and related equipment on such a cherished and well-used location. This site is uniquely sensitive due to the nature of the business and the trust the community places in it. Locating this Verizon project here feels dismissive of the role Pacific Health Foods plays in the health, identity, and cohesion of Carpinteria. I would like to ask whether other we spoke about this. I'd like to ask whether other options more appropriate have been considered. For example, the Rite Aid building just down the road that is vacant now, the current Smart and Final building just down the road, as well as the county veterans building, which we've now found out has previously been used for such equipment. Additionally, has the county been asking to assist in identifying alternate locations that would avoid placing the infrastructure above beloved community center businesses? If a cellular tower must be placed within town limits, surely there are options that do not compromise a long-standing local institution. At the very least, if our town is expecting to accept this infrastructure, it should be located on public property so that the community can directly benefit from the revenue to improve city services and quality of life. Pacific Health Foods has supported Carpinteria for generations. I urge the city to reconsider this location and to transparently pursue alternatives that better reflect our community values and priorities. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose Deacon?
Are we allowed to ask questions before we comment? I don't know
the procedure is no. It's public comment. You can ask a question, and we may ask staff to answer it, but you can't directly ask staff to answer a question.
Okay.
So ask the questions, and we may or may not ask staff to address it. That's how it works.
Thank you for explaining that.
Sure.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for time. So I have something to say, but I guess I'll ask my longer list of questions now as I listen tonight. So do we know what year the building was built? I can see around the 30s from old archival aerial images for.
Okay. Would you go through your questions and we'll note them, and then.
What year was the clock tower built are my questions. And then in regards to studies for structural integrity, is it the building as a whole or just individual areas on the building? And did they bring any of those studies with them today? You guys are mentioning rent. There's rent being paid. I'm curious what that is. And has a health study been done in regards to humans, wildlife, birds? And is there a safe and healthy distance for people working inside of the building directly underneath all of these installations for all of those businesses? Those are questions. Hi, my name is Rose Deacon. I'm here in strong support of Pacific Health Foods. For decades, I've watched them serve our community wholeheartedly staying true to their mission to keeping Carpinteria healthy, while providing a much-needed gathering place, especially during times of uncertainty. Pacific Health Foods has been an integral part of Carpinteria since 1991. The historic building that they occupy, including the iconic clock tower, requires careful maintenance and restoration to preserve its character for future generations. The irreversible damage this project could cause to such a long-standing local business that has consistently given back cannot be ignored. Given the already heavy foot traffic in the area, the historic nature of the building, and the ongoing need to maintain its restoration, it's clear this location is not an adequate place for such additions. As a sixth-generation Carpinterian, I respectfully ask the Planning Commission to consider these impacts carefully and to urge the city to work with the county to identify a more appropriate location. It just seems like there has to be a better option, placement-wise. The clock tower has been there for nearly 100 years, as far as I can tell. Can we please give it some respect and the protection that it deserves? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We may be able to answer all the questions, but one question might be a good thing to address, for the public's benefit now, and that has to do with extent of our discretion and potential health effects of RF radiation. Either staff or council might want to address that one.
Could you repeat that last part?
Yes. A question was raised whether or not there's any health effect from having RF radiation above the building. And I add to that, you may want to talk about our federal law and what our discretion is, or our absence of discretion.
Yes, Chair Allen. We are limited by the requirements of the Spectrum Act as far as the amount of time that we are allowed to review the project and in what circumstances we can deny such a project. In regards to the RF emissions, I have the report right here. The way that is established is by the FCC on what is a safe emission and how far from the emitter, the radio emitter or the cell emitter, a human being can come to within that area. So this report talks about the emissions of these installations in terms of who can come close to it, and there's a map that shows a height level of emissions. And so in that document, they identified the antenna, its emissions, and if it needed to be reduced in power to a level where it would not have negative impacts on people who are going near it. There's also a sign plan requirement by the FCC that if there are and I welcome the applicant to help with this if I'm getting any of this muddled, but okay, I got a thumbs up. The sign program is for qualified workers to maintain the antennas so that they know where the emissions are on the rooftop. The purpose of the ladders is to keep people away from the rooftop completely so that they don't go near there. And then the sign program also applies to that, along with wired fences to keep people out. The implications of denying a project in regards to an RF emissions document is not within our purview. It is in the purview of the FCC.
Okay, to just cut to the chase, the FCC and the federal government says if they meet the emission requirements, we don't substitute our judgment for that. And they do the study, they show how much it is. They say FCC, federal government says it's fine below that level. That's what we have, and we accept it. We have no discretion.
Chair Allen, if I may,
yeah.
It's also that if it's demonstrated that they're being denied a service in an area that has a lack of service, that's not within our purview either.
Okay. The next speaker slip I have is Mary Doiron. Mary Doiron, excuse me if I didn't pronounce it correctly.
They've already said much of what I was going to say. I've lived here in Carpinteria since 1981. I can remember Nathan's grandfather's building when I needed to go to a gluten-free diet when we didn't know about gluten-free diets. So they've been around helping me for a long time. It's been a joy to have them in the community, helping us, especially during COVID. I felt so safe. It was the only place I ever shopped. So saying that, I'm concerned that the county cannot be contacted to find out why we can't have access in a less conspicuous area than our downtown. I grew up near Huntington Beach, which is a travesty to go down to now. We're one of the few towns that still has the kind of community feeling that we do, that's a beach community, and I just really am hoping that we can kind of keep it that way and not also, you know, impact our businesses. These people have been in our community and helping us for so long, and I think we all need to consider the other businesses in that area. I have concerns about radio frequency coming through their ceilings. I mean, I'm no expert or engineer, but we need to really think about where we're putting this facility. Thank you.
The next speaker slip is Diane Knowles. Is Diane Knowles here? Okay. Rick Jeffers.
Hi, I'm Rick Jeffers. Thank you for having me. I'm not an expert either on, you know, some of the technical details, but FCC may say that, well, this is okay and that's okay, but I've seen studies and research, and there's plenty of it out there that, you know, within proximity of the cell tower, there's, you know, headaches, dizziness, sleep disturbances, along with a list of, you know, quite a few other things. And, you know, I'm 72. I feel like I'm 32. I've been buying my food at the Pacific Health Food Store for, you know, I've lived in this community for 50 years, and I know that anytime I need something for my health that's recommended by my doctor, Nathan brings it in, no questions answered, no questions asked, and you know, it's a community. You know, we're a family here. You know, this whole community is a family. You know, I mean, there's always conflict of interest. I mean, if Verizon is corporation is paying rent to put a cell tower, why don't they find a place in the city that they're paying the city the money rather than a private property owner? You know, why doesn't the city benefit? And it'd be put in a place where it's it's not in harm's way of anybody, you know. You know, and you know, the thing is that it is a gathering place. People eat their lunch out there. Kids, you know, families bring their children there. Children, they all sit at the tables. They're eating their lunches there, and you know, they don't put cell towers near schools because children have at a young age have a thin cranial makeup, and so they don't put cell towers near schools. Well, what about the children? There's families there on the weekends, during the week. There's people there with their children, and they're all out in front eating their lunch and having, you know, smoothies and different things, you know, and you know, it's the same thing as you know, putting it near a school. They don't put them near schools. They don't, you know, so I don't see a reason that there's not more of an effort being put forth to find an alternative place where it's not near a business, especially where we buy our fresh fruits and vegetables, our healthy foods, and you know, I mean, do we have to leave a Carpinteria where we live to go to to another city to buy healthy food because we don't want to. What about the contamination of the food itself or the supplements? There isn't another health food store anywhere for miles that's even close to this is a unique store that carries a complete spectrum of everything needed for a healthy life. And you can even go into Santa Barbara, and there's a number of different stores that have organic health food items.
Could you wrap it up for us, please?
Still not even close enough to the wide spectrum that we have at Pacific Health Food. So I just want to make all those points known. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Jeffrey Jensen.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Jeffrey Dean Jensen, Canalino School, class of 1994, and proud recipient of the Proud Parent of a Canalino Reader bumper sticker. Mrs. Green may have been the one to give me my test. Why don't we just build a 50-foot lighthouse on the bluffs and disguise this antenna as that? Why don't we put it on top of the 18-story proposed apartment building over at the Frontier Communications place? I mean, this place is wonderful, and all of these things that keep happening in this town, we're in danger of losing the charm that makes it why people want to come here. We're pricing out the people who make it what it is, or running people out of it because of all this stuff that's happening. Can't park downtown anymore. There's all this stuff happening that's gone through these different review boards and things, and it's just really disappointing to see a place that we've called home and that we've made our home and enjoyed as it is. This clock tower is exceptional as it is. And if you guys know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Some of me and my friends have a slogan that we've coined, keep carp shoal. And if you know what that means, you know what that means. It doesn't mean keep it disgusting. It means keep it ours. And I implore you to not bow to corporate greed. I know that's not y'all's purview because it is the landlord's decision, but I strongly implore you to suggest that this can't go where it is. We've had enough things that are irreversible happen here. Vacant lots that were beautiful, things that once it's in there, nature will take it back over someday, but we won't be here to see it. And I'm pretty over it. So that's how I feel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure, is it Lorenzo Nicola? Nicola? Lorenzo Nicola? No? Nathan Knoll?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. Just a couple little things before I get into my little bit here. As far as structural stuff, the accessory building that's on the back half of our store, we are the ones that redid that whole building. Structurally, it's not sound to hold any equipment. We have both a walk-in fridge and a walk-in freezer back there. The equipment to run that, the compressors, had to go up on the main roof to be up because of the weight of them, because it's not structurally sound. And even if they were to make it structurally sound, to put equipment on top of that accessory building, it would hinder our business quite a bit. Because that used to be a tin shed, if anybody remembers back there, and we basically just framed it in and made it part of the store. That's just one of my comments about that building. As far as one other comment to the ladder that they have moved to the side, that's where we receive all of our pallets and loads that come in. So if they put a ladder there, it would obstruct how we get all of our product into the store as well. no one's talked to us as far as how it would affect us as a business, just on a day-to-day scale with what they're doing there at the store. Especially with some of the things that I know they're going to have to do. Being in that building for 20 plus years, there's a lot of different things that are going to have to be done to that building for them to be able to do the cell towers, put the stuff on the accessory building, and it's definitely going to hinder our business. But me and my wife Whitney own the store here, third generation, family owned, that served the community for decades. Our customers shop with us because they trust us. That trust is grounded in shared values and wellness and environmental awareness and precaution. Our primary concern with Verizon's proposed telecommunications installation is the direct and irreversible risk to our business. While we understand that regulatory agencies rely on established science and compliance standards, the reality of operating the community-based retail business is different. Customer perception drives everything. Many of our customers are not persuaded by regulatory assurances alone, particularly when it comes to visible 5G or telecommunication infrastructures. A visible antenna associated with a family-owned health food store would, in our belief, erode customer trust, reduce foot traffic, and cause long-term loss of sales. This is not speculative. It's based on decades of direct engagement with our customer base. Even a small business sustained decline in customers would impact us quite a bit. Unlike large corporations, we cannot absorb ongoing losses or recover easily from harm or loss. We are currently in discussions with our landlord about taking on the burden of repairing and improving some of the building with the goal of preserving the property's character at the key entrance to Carpinteria. Our landlord has been assured by Verizon that the project will not negatively impact the building, occupants, or community. However, from the perspective of a small consumer-facing business, we do not see how loss of trust, reputational harm, or gradual decline in customers could ever be predicted, prevented, or guaranteed against. For these reasons, we respectfully submit this. We respectfully submit this that this is not an appropriate or compatible location for Verizon's proposed project. Beyond the immediate financial impact, the proposal also places our family's future and community at risk. Pacific Health Foods represents generations of investment, commitment. If the business is harmed, it affects not only the storefront, but our ability to remain rooted here. At this time, we do not see how the potential impacts to the business of our family's future could be meaningfully mitigated or guaranteed against. We respectfully ask the Commission to recognize this proposal's places as not a good place for these towers to go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to take a short break for a couple minutes.
go home and go to bed. I was in my pajamas ready, but I ran back. So I want to go on the record to let you know that my office never received those notices. Not at anybody's fault. Maybe it was lost in the mail, but something was amiss. So I spoke. So the county is open to having the cell towers at our facility and on Walnut. We'll be more than happy to work with housing in the community to make sure we bring forward the best project possible and the safest project possible for everyone. So with that, so that changes things a little bit. And I know all of you want to do your best.
That's our supervisor.
Yeah. So there's a solution here. We all can do it together. I think that's a great plan. So I don't want to tell you what to do, but this is gonna plant the seed there. So the county's willing to do anything possible to working with the city to make it happen. So, all
Okay.
right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor. Okay. I have some remaining speaker slips. Patrick O'Connor, was that on this? Yes.
Thanks again, Chair, and the board and the staff. Another comment about process. You know, I think we whiffed on this one as a body and three bodies. You know, the ARB spent a lot of time on the design, really because it was limited to that. We were expressly not able to address location, and we were expressly not able to address building code issues. Those are the two main points. And all of this discussion really has kind of looked past, you know, what the ARB provided. So my suggestion on the process is, in a situation like this, Planning Commission should have reviewed it first, not after ARB, because the real issues, and I think to be a little brutal, I think the judgment that somehow these points weren't important, the location and the building code, you know, integrity weren't important, is a miss. We just missed the point. And so we are where we are, is the point. We are where we are because we missed. So I really think it's again a third missed opportunity on the combination of all these boards in the last month. So it's not a good start to the year. Last point I'll make is I'm confused about the shot clock. Is there a shot clock or not? Can we put this thing back?
We'll be talking with staff about that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Next speaker slip is Whitney Knoll. Did I recall?
I emailed it to you as well.
You need a smoothie with that?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I had a couple notes. I'll try to be quick. First of all, to answer Commissioner Alexandra's question, we were never notified of the second ARB meeting. That's why nobody showed up. We were notified by Patrick that there was a meeting. And he came in saying, "Where were you guys?" And we're like, we had no idea. It was a really hard piece of news to hear right before the holidays. So respectfully, maybe do better and come in and shake the person's hand you're delivering a notice to when it's this big of a deal. My name is Whitney Knoll. Nathan and I own Pacific Health Foods, as you know. Our second main set of concerns focuses on the physical integrity of the building and accessory structures, and the operational risks created by adding equipment, structural load, and ongoing access requirements to aging and already compromised buildings. I handed them something they've already seen via email, which is a email from a structural engineer in 2018 that was said to, we got our building permit based off that email, was we were able to do what we wanted to do and what we could afford to do at the time because we were not adding any affecting the structural integrity of the building. We were just told that we needed to fix the siding per the city's code.
The main building roof has not been properly maintained and has only been patched over time. Multiple respected local roofing contractors have advised that the roof requires full replacement. Adding equipment or load to a roof in this condition raises serious concerns. Horizontal cracks exceeding 4 feet in length have developed in the cinder block wall above the back corner office windows. These cracks are deep enough during rain events, water penetrates into my office. Photographs that I have emailed you, one photograph, shows the crack. The proposed antenna is located near the same back corner, right above my office. An additional load or vibration can worsen existing damage or lead to future structural failure. Over the past 4 to 5 years, office windows in this area have become pinched and difficult to open or close, indicating shifting of the block wall and ongoing structural movement. I also want to note, at any point in this over the last year, has Verizon or our landlord come to communicate with us. The building was not originally designed with a roll-up door. In the 1990s, an opening was cut to accommodate a warehouse operation on the backside of the health food store. Adding further weight or stress to an already altered structure could further weaken this area. It's also fair to note that what you guys have seen with the old Austin's buildings, what's going on with the Palms and the Rincon Designs building, these buildings were built in the 30s and 40s. Who's to say that the concrete walls can hold up? Are they filled with sand like the Austin's building? We don't really know. The storefront facades and windows at 944 and 954 also show severe dry rot and confirmed subterranean termite damage. These areas have not been fully inspected, and the full extent of the damage still remains unknown. This also applies to the supporting lumber under the roof. The accessory structure behind the main building presents additional concerns. It was originally marginally constructed, as quoted in that email, and the civil engineer advised against needing to upgrade the structural system because the remodel work was not structural and did not in any way diminish the current structural value. Pictures have been provided to you guys via email. The corner of this accessory structure, directly below the proposed equipment location where our gate attaches, has confirmed rot. Ladder cannot go there. Joe Gonzalez, a local welder, had to retrofit, bring his welding equipment in, and kind of seat metal into the joint to get our gate to further sink back into the rotting wood. The roof of the accessory structure consists of thin roofing material installed over metal and 2x4 framing and has not been upgraded or properly maintained in at least 25 years. This building houses all of our backstock and cold storage for our juice bar. Any construction, required code upgrades, or structural failure would directly disrupt operations and food safety. Finally, we have unresolved logistical concerns. This is in regards to the parking. As you can see, we had to provide 2 parking spots when we got that building permit. So we are unsure how Verizon quoted saying that they didn't really need a spot, but when I was at the first ARB meeting, that spot is designated so when the power goes out, their generator truck can park there. So how can she say that they don't need a designated parking spot? They can't park the truck in Cactus Lane and block traffic. That doesn't make any sense. I'm almost done. Without one of the other concerns of the back wall, we don't understand how a ladder could be attached to that. It looks pretty substantial, those ladders, without penetrating the walls of our equipment and or supplies back there. Given the existing conditions and documented concerns, we do not see how structural risk, equipment damage, especially business interruption, could be meaningfully guaranteed against. For these reasons, we respectfully submit that this is not an appropriate or compatible location for Verizon's proposed project. We ask that the Commission give serious consideration to the cumulative structural and operational risks posed by this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker slip. That would be Eddie Hall.
I'm Eddie Hall, Carpinteria resident. If I seem that you know me, it's because I am a safety coordinator at the farmers market on Linden at 7th every Thursday. And I've had that job for 13 years. I was asked by store owners on Linden to come in and say something. They object to energy like 5G being bombarded into their stores. They don't want that, you know. Anyway, so that's how I found out about this meeting. But I have something more troublesome to share with you. In the time I've been a safety coordinator, on Wednesdays I show up, put no parking signs up as required by insurance requirements. Want to avoid lawsuits, right? And at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I come put up barricades in a very specific, time-effective way to block off the street so the vendors can set up and sell their ware. And the other part of my job is to be keep my eye on safety and make people that come feel welcome and enjoy spending the afternoon there at the beach on Linden Avenue. And this last Wednesday, when I showed up in the evening, put the signs out, everything was fine. And just put them out as normal. The next day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I showed up, and I could feel this energy coming down from above me. I was near the alley, and where we keep the barricades stored by the art center. They're part of our operation, and they let us leave our barricades there. And I could feel it coming down. I knew I could identify it as 5G. I am sensitive to energy, and I'm sensitive to EMF. And before I lived in Carpinteria, I lived in Altadena. Altadena had a fire last year. It was very bad. I went up there as soon as I found out about that fire, and to my horror, the burned out areas did not smell like a fire. A fire often, to me, smells like a campfire, something where wood's burning. This smelled like electricity, and that's horrifying. You know, I could talk about that for a long time, but anyway, I can identify this energy field. So I set up the barricades as usual, and we were talking, the vendors and I were talking about this energy that was there in like on 7th Street there, where we set up the marketplace. And anyway, so when it came time to put everything away, I have a very succinct way of putting everything away in a very quick, safe way, so that nobody's blocked, nobody's upset, and it's done in a very safe way. Well, last Thursday, these cars were coming through at high speed, not even giving me a chance to get the barricades out of the way, you know, going 40 miles an hour through the intersection, running the light, missing me by just a couple of feet. And this was horrifying, you know, that these people, I mean, one car after another, after another, after another. What is wrong with these people? I knew that we were being showered with 5G energy because I could feel it, and we talked about it. And after I got everything put away, I walked up Linden to some of the stores, and I was mentioning this incident, you know, with 2 other people there, and they were experiencing the same thing, you know, that in the parking lot, people were driving around at high speed, trying to like park their car, going the wrong way at high speeds. It's like the what I walked away with. Now, the other thing is I could feel this prickly energy in the air, and I could like feel how it was affecting me. I had to go home and like get into water and like clarify myself again. My point, what I'm saying, what I'm sharing here, that I was asked to come share with you, is that this energy that we're talking about putting on Linden Avenue is a dangerous energy in my experience. It is dangerous. It is like negative. It is going to affect people. It is going to affect those businesses. And by the way, I'd like to point out, I don't ever believe what an RF engineer has to say to me. I've learned that they say whatever makes their case. You know, and like I can go into a lot of detail about how I found that out. So anyway, I would like this commission to understand my point, and that is, if we have to have 5G, don't put it on the people like that. People can't handle it. That's what I was learning last Thursday, is I knew the energy was there and I could see what it was doing to people.
Okay.
Also,
Thank you. Can you wrap it up?
Yeah, I
'Cause
will.
I think we understand.
Also, somebody was hit crossing in the crosswalk. I mean, this is a dangerous thing we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have no further speakers here. Is there anyone on Zoom?
If you would like to make a public comment now, please raise your hand. There is not public comment at this time.
Okay, I will bring it back to the commission for discussion, possibly questions of staff.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
The shot clock. What do we have to do? If we don't do anything, this is going through tomorrow.
Well, could we go back to the recommendations from staff of our options?
Yeah.
Sure. Put the screen up. Mm-hmm. Given
Just an offhand, this is really hard graphics to read. You know, there should be a little more contrast. So you can't do it, but
anyway.
Let me see if I can.
Okay.
Make it look better.
That's all right.
It's fine for me.
So go ahead. Well, let's go back to that screen, even though it may be difficult. Within the shot clock, we have to make a decision tonight. Does that decision include number 2, for example, or 3?
So, directing the applicant to prepare project revisions would cause the shot clock to expire and essentially approve the project ministerially.
Well, then these shouldn't have been up there as proposed recommendations then, right? Yeah, they shouldn't. We shouldn't have that as proposed.
It's definitely not our recommendation.
Right, but I mean, it's up there as an option when it really isn't. We have to either approve or deny and make a record for as the basis of our denial, right?
Chair Allen, the other option here would be, depending on what the Planning Commission's thinking or where they're headed, is they could engage the applicant in a dialogue to see if there's an option to extend the shot clock.
And I think that is the first question to ask. So could we have the representatives, the applicant, would you mind coming forward? So to assist our deliberations, I think the question for you would be, we've heard Supervisor Lee speak to the availability, the probable availability of the county building which previously housed a wireless facility. Are you willing to suspend on behalf of your client the shot clock for a period of time so that that option can be explored and will return to a future hearing before this body?
Gosh, I appreciate.
And let me first ask staff, did I ask that appropriately? Okay.
Yeah, shot clock with it expiring tomorrow. We were definitely hoping for an approval with conditions. I do need to take back the recommendation or the new event that happened as far as him coming forward and saying that they are interested in that, because I can't speak specifically on what everyone would think at this moment. As far as, even though it was recommended, I know Verizon has put a lot of time and energy, money into this project. Definitely want to do what we can to work with everyone here. I mean, if that's going to be what the recommendation is, as far as, exploring this alternative option, then extending, the shot clock, tolling the agreement further I would presume would be what the next necessary step would be. But I'm not sure if that's what direction Verizon wants to go at this moment.
Okay. I think we would need to know one way or the other tonight if we were to. I mean, you'd have to accept a continuance or we would be running the shot clock.
Absolutely.
So question for staff and to further explore. If we deny the project, I think we would have to make a record for reasons to deny. I can think of some. Aesthetics with an established landmark, inadequacy of exploration of alternative sites, which goes to the county, and any other things that Planning Commission might come up with. But so I think the option is either you assume the authority to say you'll extend, on behalf of your client, extend the shot clock, or depending on what my fellow commissioners say, because we're still going to have to, but assuming they agreed with this, or we would, if a majority of us feel that the county option is something that ought to be explored and that there are reasons for denial, we need to deny it.
No, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, I understand.
The dilemma we're all in here.
No, I absolutely understand that. Can I take a 2-3 minute break and
absolutely.
step outside so I can call?
Absolutely.
All right.
And we should suspend our deliberations, obviously, until you had a chance
I will
to
return.
do that. Okay. We're going to recess for 5 minutes and get off the record. Or as long as it takes. Okay, we're back in session. Like to invite Verizon's representative to let us know if she's been able to. If you have any information to convey to us.
Hi, sorry. Thank you for that hold. Yeah, Verizon would like to go ahead and do a continuance on this.
Okay.
So, they are asking if there can be like a condition, if you're wanting us to work with the county, like some kind of time frame on the lease with the county for approvals, that if the county falls out, that this location does come back up.
That would, I guess the question you might be asking is what the application process would be for you and whether what you would have to go through again with the new application.
Okay.
Since you've already done all the work, but I'd let staff address that. Okay, so let's just go through the scenario. We agree we're doing a continuance?
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
So we agree to a continuance, and maybe we should talk about the length of time. But I don't know that we can condition the nature of the application that you'd need to come back with, if I'm understanding. Perhaps staff can address what I think you're getting at. Poor Nick. I'm sorry. Throwing it back to you.
Chair Allen, if I understand the question correctly, so there's currently a signed agreement between the applicant and the city, which extended set the shot clock expiration date as tomorrow, and so I would think that since the applicant is willing to mutually extend that date, it would keep this application open while they explore other options. And so if another option, if the county option did not pan out, they would still have this as a pending application under the mutually agreed shot clock. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
That's the way I would think it would be and how you would want it to be.
Yeah,
so I may have thought you were asking for something different. No, if we do a continuance, and perhaps it better be longer than a month. Do you think a month is going to be enough for you to explore what you need to explore in terms of agreement with the county? And I mean, I'd think you'd want a couple months to make sure your coverage is sufficient, and county seems like you can work it out, and so on.
Government moves slowly.
2 months.
2 months?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So we are agreed on the record then that we will do a 2-month continuance, 2 months being to our next regularly scheduled planning commission date, or whenever that date has to be continued because of disaster or anything else, but our next, our 2-month planning commission date. And that you are agreed that the shot clock is suspended until that future hearing 2 months from now, approximately.
Yeah, Verizon's legal will contact the city.
You're agreed to that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is that sufficient for you on the record, counsel? And staff?
Sorry, I was discussing with council, trying to gain, I guess, a little bit of clarity on what we hope to be ready to come back to the commission with in 2 months' time. Is it simply a commitment that this alternative location with the county has promise and Verizon wants to explore it further, or is it with a fully cooked and redesigned project at a whole new location with new RF studies and everything else that goes along with it?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're kind of on the same page of what we're asking for, what we think we're getting in that timeline, and that's realistic for our applicant team in terms of what you can turn around and deliver within that time frame.
yeah, we can explore this alternative location, but we still want to keep this current design.
This is a placeholder.
Okay.
For you.
Okay.
Right? So so we're just keeping this current application before us for our approval or denial 2 months from now.
So we're going to stay this for
And
2
if
months'
they-
time while they explore this other option.
Exactly. So
And then we can revisit at that time what to do with this
They can
application.
let us
whether
know
we stay it again, whether we close it out if the
Right.
alternative project has legs, or what have you.
Right. This is simply a
Where we left off.
continuance of this project for 2 months.
Okay.
Procedurally.
Okay. Chair Allen, if I may, just for the record, I think we're all on the same page about what the continuance includes, but in addition to just continuing this hearing, that it also would, for the record, be extending the tolling agreement that the parties have entered into dated October 29th.
Yes, absolutely. And I believe we got a yes to that question.
Yes. Yes, I believe
Correct?
so. Yes.
On the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I
yes,
didn't hear you.
correct.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so is the commission agreeable to continuing this 2 months?
Yes.
Among ourselves? Okay,
Yes, I
so
would
we need
like a little more discussion
Absolutely.
at the appropriate time, but yes, I think it's a good step to move forward. Is now the
Well,
appropriate?
yes, we're
Okay,
in discussion.
I definitely support a continuance. I think that's the right move here. I think it's the hope of the commission that an agreement can be worked out with the county for this alternate location. We've heard directly tonight from our first district supervisor who spoke on this item, and I guess I would suggest to the commission that as part of our action to continue this, that we ask staff if they will facilitate working with the first district's office to expedite this, this process. I really hope we can come back in 2 months and be moving forward with that and not back on what we have before us tonight. And I think we should put our resources to that, if that's possible, to help facilitate that, so that we can feel comfortable in 2 months and you can feel comfortable, and Verizon can feel comfortable that we've reached a point where we can go forward with a different project. So that would be my request.
Okay. Any additional discussion? No? Alexandra?
I just want to make sure that I absolutely understand. It's a continuance.
Mm-hmm.
Chances, I mean, we're hoping that it's going to go through for everybody involved. If something happens and it doesn't,
We're back in the same
we're
place.
Right back here.
Yes.
I just want to make sure everybody in the room understands. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I would invite, well, first, are we agreed with the recommendation that Commissioner LaFevers has made, that we ask staff to do all they can to facilitate communications with the county? So that's a recommendation of this
Yes.
body?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want that as a motion, or do you?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that being part of the motion, that
Okay.
we continue this item.
Okay, would you like to make the motion then for continuance and include that?
Sure. I move that we continue this item to let's see, we're February, March, our April regular Planning Commission meeting, and that motion includes that the applicant has agreed to suspend or reset the shot clock on this project, and that during this time period that city staff work with the county supervisor's first district office to assist in facilitating a potential lease agreement with the county. Let's stop there.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion?
I don't think 2 months is long enough.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Government.
I don't. And I think that's risky.
Well, there are two options. You can suggest 3 months as a representative, or, if it doesn't happen, obviously, and you're still in negotiations, we could continue again, but that's sloppy. If you would like, 3 months is certainly fine with all of us.
I mean, they seem very eager. I need to talk to Verizon in regards to how that process will look moving forward. We're not looking to have the final lease signed. So negotiations, I understand that they can be lengthy, especially with counties. I don't want to appear sloppy by needing to extend it past 2 months, but we have been on this project for quite some time, and we do want to see it progress further. In speaking with Roy
Lee is
right.
Roy
Right.
Lee
Okay.
is
Sorry,
the
I wanted
first
to make
district
sure
supervisor. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure I had the name right. He very eager, and he was wanting to get things started right away. So, I mean, in 2 months, we should be able to get, with that eagerness, to know if we're able to move forward.
John?
You just needed a commitment from the county or to proceed, right?
Yeah, and also just kind of some of the basic business terms of what we're looking at to make sure, and that's just a basic general. But yeah, it's more the commitment.
Yeah. Those
So.
2 months, you ought to be able to reach an agreement if you're gonna.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There should be the baseline of what is needed.
Chairman, are we going to go to ARB and back to commission? And, oh my God.
Okay, is a
No, the new one.
continuance acceptable? 2 months? That's what Verizon would like. 2 months. Okay. Well, we have a motion. We have a second. We ready for a vote? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Van Antwerp,
Is that a 2 or a 3 month?
2.
2.
Okay.
Commissioner LaFevers,
Yes.
Commissioner Benefield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Moyer,
Yes.
Chair Allen.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
But wait, I don't understand. Okay? Now, just clarify it for me. If they pick another location, we have to go through this same process again, correct? Yeah. Well, how's that going to get done in 2 months?
Through the
It's
chair, Commissioner Benefield, that was what I was kind of seeking clarity about earlier. So this 2 month continuance is simply to allow Verizon time to see if there's strong potential or likelihood that a deal can be made with the county.
Okay.
And that's it.
I withdraw
If
my
that looks
objection.
promising and that looks like it's headed in the right direction, then Verizon can make that decision at that 2 month timeline whether to withdraw
Okay.
this application, ask for another tolling of the shot clock to put a pause on this while they start down the process of pursuing this alternative location through the formal permitting process.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. We have completed our business. Thank you very much. I'm sure it's been stressful for you and all of us.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes. Okay. We are moving on to the director's report.
Ookie dookie.
Before we get there, Chair.
Other
sorry,
business.
Yeah,
Other business.
So it's not, sorry, I'm looking for my agenda here. It's not listed on the agenda specifically, but traditionally at the first meeting of each year is when your commission would elect a new chair and vice chair. So I don't know if that's something that you want to do tonight or if you want to postpone that and we can pick that up at next meeting. I'll defer to you.
I won't interfere in that. I guess the only thing I wonder is whether it ought to be agendized or not. Is it?
Yeah.
So I looked back, and last year we did put it on the agenda. I don't know that it needs to be. That might be a Cody question.
I'm out of it.
That's why, I mean, unless there's strong feelings about selecting a new chair and vice chair tonight, I just assume we postpone that to the March meeting, and then we'll put it on the agenda just to be safe.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Is that it for other business?
Under business, yeah. Under other business, yes, that is it.
And for the director's report?
Okay, for the director's report, you've got your usual items in here, including action minutes for a couple of the ARB meetings from last fall, the city calendar for the month of February, and the planning activity report and building permit report for January. I do have a few items there that I wanted to highlight on some of our larger projects that have had some activity since the last time your planning commission met, and just want to make sure that you all are aware of these. So, first up here is the Chevron decommissioning project has commenced. So we issued the demolition permit to Chevron last week, and they've started in with kind of the initial tree removal work that's needed in areas where there's site contamination. So these are a handful of trees that were identified in the EIR that have to come out in order to facilitate the future stages of the project. That tree removal work's going to take a few weeks, and we anticipate that come mid to late February here, they'll be transitioning into starting to actually take down some of these structures, the above-ground structures, and the goal is to start with the big green tank.
Good.
So thinking again, mid-February, late February is when you'll see actual structures coming down out there on the Chevron property. That demolition phase is going to take a number of months, maybe like 5-6 months, based off of the timelines that we're seeing. And once that work is done, then Chevron would move into the next phase, which is to start actually removing some of the contaminated soil and doing excavations, hauling that off-site, and bringing in clean fill to restore the site. So that's a big one to have that work underway. That's been many years in the making, and I'm excited to get that project rolling. I also wanted to highlight just a couple of new businesses that are making some headway here on Linden Avenue. So we issued the building permit for the Palms just recently, just about a week ago as well. And so they'll be getting started on the renovations there to that building. My understanding is they're going to focus in initially on the small takeout cafe deli space, which is in a portion of what used to be Oaxaca Fresh, and try to get that up and running first, because the larger renovation of the Palms building will take a considerable amount more time. And then we've also issued the building permit for Arnie's Rooftop Bar, which is the second floor location there in the Linden Square development. Okay. So they're also working away on their tenant improvements and trying to get that up and running here as soon as they can. And then I wanted to also just give a quick update on some of our larger housing projects. So I've reported on this to the City Council a number of times, but I don't know that I've presented on all this to your commission. We have a page on our city website where we are providing kind of real-time updates on our larger housing projects, which we've defined as any project with 25 units or more. So we've got 3 of those right now, between the former Lagunitas commercial residential project, the proposal on Bluffs 1 here next door at Tea Time, and then, of course, the Ogan Road project. And so all of those have been active recently. The Via Real project resubmitted for their 3rd time, I think, right around the new year. And Cindy's wrapping up her review of that 3rd resubmittal, and we'll be getting out our completeness determination later this week. It looks like maybe they still have a couple items that they need to address or resolve, so that's likely to be incomplete for another round. The Tea Time project, 5885 Linden here next door, or excuse me, 5885 Carpinteria Avenue next door to us. That application was called complete by city staff just before the end of the year, so on December 30th, that application was called complete. That means that we have all the information that we need, and we can start the actual review of the project now. We have informed the applicant that we will be requiring an environmental impact report for that project, and we've already initiated the request for proposals to select an environmental consultant to get that work going.
How many units do they want?
Currently, they're proposing 94 townhomes and 97 detached single-family residences. And we're also completing the consistency review of that project currently, and our goal is to have that wrapped up by the end of this month. And so that's a kind of the next statutory step in the review process, is to provide an analysis to the applicant of any policy, city policy or regulation that applies to the project, and what our read is on whether the project is consistent or not, or what would it take to become consistent.
Okay. How broadly and how is the request for proposal for the environmental review consultants disseminated? It seems like not that they're not good or anything like that. We always seem to see the same couple of
so we have a pretty extensive list. I don't recall how many people are on it here off the top of my head. We have the benefit of having the president of the California chapter of the Association for Environmental Professionals on our staff. And so she's got, kind of great contacts across the entire industry and has put it out to a pretty broad list of consultants. We certainly try to focus on firms that are local to this general area, because they would have, arguably more familiarity with kind of the peculiarities of Carpinteria than maybe somebody from farther out of town. But I want to say that we sent it out to, off the top of my head, I think 20, 25 firms. So we've got a good list, and we should be getting some of those proposals back here by the end of the month, I expect. And then finally, just a quick update on the Ogan Road application. You'll recall this is the 130-unit complex proposed by the Carpinteria Group LLC on a portion of a property owned by Frontier Communications. So that application was called incomplete for the third time by the city just before Christmas. And the applicant responded shortly thereafter with a claim that the city is conducting a course of conduct for an improper purpose, such as to harass or cause unnecessary delays. And so pursuant to state law, then by submitting this notice to the city, we have to post that notice on our city website for 60 days, which we've done. We have to receive any public comment on that allegation of undue delay during that 60-day period. And then 30 days after the close of that period, we have to issue a statement to the applicant, either agreeing to cease the challenged conduct or to provide written findings in terms of why we believe what we've asked for in our incomplete letter is still required. And that probably sets up the kind of the steps for a potential legal challenge by the applicant if they continue to disagree with us. So that's where we're at on our three big housing projects at the moment. Okay. And I think that concludes my director's report, unless you have any questions for me.
No.
Okay. Is there anyone who does not expect to be here at our next meeting in March?
Getting old.
I'll be here.
I plan to be here.
I plan to be here, I should say, yes. Okay. I skipped over matters presented by commissioners by accident, and I'd simply note that I was reviewing the log sheets from Seal Watch, and the numbers of harbor seals that are being counted have continued to, at least so far this year, decline over all previous years, year by year for several years now. So that may be a concern. And any other matters presented by commissioners that anybody wants to bring up? Alexander?
Quick one. I wanted to thank Nick for sending out the Beacon report on coastal resiliency out of UCSB to all of us, and I'm just wondering if we can get it out to anybody else. And if anybody here has reviewed it.
Through the chair, as long as Beacon continues to host the recording on their website, I don't see why we couldn't circulate it further and share the link and try to make it available to folks.
Okay. Any other matters presented by commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we're adjourned.